worried that she needed to gesso her cardboards.
Hi,
She not,
friend.
Hello, Fran. Fran messaged me this morning. Nope, you don't need to worry about gessoing, but you don't have to. If you gessoed them, it's not a big deal. You put so much stuff over them, Fran, that gessoing them. Oops, I missed tearing that one off. Gessoing them is not a big issue.
Yeah.
And that's one reason why we sanded them a little, because that kind of takes that shiny off.
And I haven't even done that.
Oh, I did that yesterday on my live. Well, I did a little of it on my live stream Sunday.
So I am.
The rest are naked. Okay.
Behind.
You're very behind. No, you're not very behind. Besides, you only need some of them, because I can guarantee we're not going to get them all covered today.
That's
well,
true.
I may be wrong, but Fran, what I am doing now is just.
Hi, Janet.
Hi, Janet. I'm just tearing off the margins on my pages, because I want the pages not to have margins, and that is just what I'm doing. I'm going to tear all these pages up in a minute.
How big is your book going to be?
Okay, I'll show you my
the biggest pieces.
Okay, give me 1 second to tear this one off. And I'll tell you what, I'll show you what I did.
Hi, Sherry. Hi, Cheryl.
Sunday at the end of my stream, I got some of them out to cut them, and was showing how to sand them and stuff. So what I had done was I had cut two. Okay, Janet. Hi, Cheryl. Hi, Sherry. Hi, Nashua. Hi, Mindy. I had cut up two like cake boxes, and then I decided that those were a little bit big. I had these boxes, which is, let me get, oh, my ruler's right here on the table. It's kind of like my glasses. Okay. This is, I have to glasses, not quite 3 3/4 by 6 3/8. And this is the Lipton soup box. These are not quite 4 3/4 by, I think, 4 3/4. Yeah. They're a hair different. Okay. Then I had these. Okay. And as you can tell, they're longer. They're 5 1/4. So I was thinking about putting them in this way. Yeah. And decided I liked them sticking out. So what I did was I cut these biggest pieces, and I did cut 4 of them because I felt like it needed a front, a back, and it needed some it's going to need some stabilization in the middle.
Right.
So that I cut 4 that were the biggest pieces that I'm going to use. And what they are is they are the same height as the tallest piece, the same width basically as this piece, these being the exception, and they'll stick out a little bit. And when I sew them in the book, I'm going to sew them where like they actually make like tabs. And I haven't made my decisions yet, but I may cut them like tabs or like tags. Even if I sew them into the book, I may cut a tag shape on them.
Yeah.
Just so Becky. That they have that funky look on the outside. If that makes any sense, what I did. I hope that makes sense. But I felt like this was a nice size. This. Yeah. It protects these 2 pieces. And then, like I said, these, I think I have 4 of them. they stick out like tags. And that's kind of what I decided last night. I was working on it last night, and I kind of like it like that.
Yeah.
I did end up with 20 pages, and this is how thick it is right now. But you know, when you add all that mess in there, it's going to get this thick.
Yeah.
But that will be all right. Hi, Jean. Hi, Teresa.
Hi, Therese.
And anybody, and Becky, anybody else that we've missed. So that's what I decided. And so this total biggest one is 4 3/4 by 6 3/8 is what it ended up being.
Okay.
And like I said, I cut 4 of them. You're going to go a little bigger?
Well, right now, my biggest ones are 5 by 8.
Okay.
And I've been trying to decide if I wanted to cut those down or not. But I too wanted to have some that were kind of sticking out.
Mm-hmm.
And I was thinking of using these as my ones that were sticking out.
Oh, that's kind of cool. Yeah.
But
excuse me, just a minute.
This one is a little too wide.
Yeah, I want to answer Terry's question before it goes off the screen and I forget it. Terry, I'm going to use the binding I use for everything, which is it's called a lip knot binding. I like it because it binds single sheets together and they lay flat.
And it's the same binding we used on the last one.
Right. It's the same binding we used on the last one. And there's a couple of tutorials on my, there's actually a tutorial on my channel for it. I think I called it a single sheet binding, but so, okay. I'm sorry. I interrupted you when you were telling us you're going to cut that one down some.
Well, I'm thinking about it, cutting it down, and not making it quite that big, but I was trying to decide, for sure, since what happens when you haven't figured out all the way what you're going to do. I haven't figured out for sure what's going to go inside. Probably collage of some kind.
Oh yeah, I'm sure that it might not be collage. No, Jean, it's not like a Copic stitch.
It's much easier.
Much easier than a Copic stitch, and you don't have signatures. It's strictly for single sheets. You can only do it with a single sheet binding or a single. I mean, it only works on single sheets. It doesn't work on signatures. And I should tell y'all if I get if I can't remember words, it's been like this for a few days. It's my allergies. My face hurts, so I can't think real well. I can't think real well all the time, but right now it's bad. Okay, I interrupted you. So because you haven't figured out, yeah, I mean, it'll be collage, and this is pretty big. I mean, so
yeah, mine's just barely wider than yours and about a couple inches taller.
Right, right. I mean,
so
yeah, because 5 by 8, I mean, that's only 1/4 of an inch wider. It's just about 1 3/4 inches taller.
Yeah. My thing is, I'm not sure I want it that tall. The width I like.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you get too big, and then you've gotta think about. That's a lot of space to collage on.
Yeah, but
okay,
I'm trying
Becky.
to learn to leave some background space open.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
So that would, and this would be how far my tabs would stick out, and that's really a little far. So
well, yeah, that is a little bit much. Mine stick out about 1/2 an inch. Can you trim off a little on those? On the
I can trim off everything.
Thank you, Janet. And Jean, Janet just posted the link to that video. I've done it on several books. I love it. Becky, that sounds good. Although, grab and start gluing is what we're going to really do. I did that's another thing I did. Lisa, that you might want to think about. I put my pages in here with the right sides up because I did cut a couple of pieces. I cut like this piece box I cut in half, or not in half, but in sections. And, you know, they could go in this way or they could go in this way. And so I've laid them out the right direction because I'm putting my collage pieces on there all in one direction. On this book, remember, on this book, we just collaged all over. It really didn't matter which direction it went. This makes a difference. So that was one of the reasons I really kind of was thinking about it. And I had to decide about these because these are going to be collaged with the text going right side up. Jean's been saving all her boxes since for the staycation. My husband does not think it's a staycation. Oh, I have to tell y'all. He's outside, so I can tell you. We have hi, Maria. We have a room, a bedroom. And, you know, granted, we've got file drawers in there for our files. And we've got some shelving units in there because we've been collecting a bunch of glass stuff that we are going to try to sell to the antique dealer. Stuff I don't want. My kid's not going to want it, you know, that kind of stuff. I mean, there's a lot of stuff we're keeping, but stuff we're selling. So we got some shelves up in there that we're collecting that stuff on so that when we get a chance to call this lady that has gotten some other stuff from us, we can call her. And but it's what we've been calling the box room. It's been that way for 3 years. And you have to understand that when we moved into this house, we had never intended to move into it. So we had our stuff all in storage and it just kind of came over here, got shoved in that room. And we've been going through stuff and trying to get stuff out. And granted, we have way too much stuff. But still, it's just been that way. And so for 3 years, that room has been full of boxes. So I've been trying to work on it a little at a time. And Jeff was in the house last weekend, so he was helping me because I can't move some of those boxes around. And I came home yesterday. He's moved all the furniture around in there. He's got boxes open everywhere. He's doing this. He's doing that. I'm like, oh my, what a mess you have just made. It's even worse than it was before. It's like, oh my gosh. Jeff is notorious for moving furniture around. It's just his thing. I mean, I move furniture to clean under it and then I put it right back. And I used to come home constantly and he'd have rearranged the living room, you know. We're still living with camping chairs. I don't have a couch, you know, that kind of thing, because that's just not a priority. So it's like, okay. So I come home and he goes, well, you know, I found this and I found that. And I'm like, okay, so we decide we'll go through some of these boxes. And I open this box. I hunted for a week and a half for my knitting needles last 2 months ago. There they were in one of those boxes. I knew they were in one of those boxes, but we had opened what I thought every box and nope. So there they were. It was like so funny. And like, oh my gosh, just what I needed is more stuff everywhere. But you know, he's trying to clean up. That's what he was trying to do. It wasn't like he was trying to be a problem or anything. It's just, what a mess. Hi, Miss Gigi. And I think Teresa came in. Maria came in. Anybody we missed? Hello.
Got a bunch of people in.
Yeah, Teresa, I really need to open your envelope. It's probably been quarantined long enough. But I haven't done so, but I will, dear. And I thank you for it in advance.
Well, I'm trying to figure out what I'm going to use. I've got 4 of these, that size.
Okay. So did you cut them down a little or?
Yeah, I did. Now the biggest one is just barely over 6.5. but it's still 5.
Okay.
Because otherwise everything would be kind of the same.
Yeah.
And so now I'm trying to decide, do I want to do some things, where I turn them like this?
Yeah.
And
I think part 2 will be next Tuesday, Janet. Whatever next Tuesday is.
yeah, we're just going to work straight
We're just
through.
going to work straight through. So every Tuesday till we get it done. Ooh, Fran, some oval pieces will be fun.
Oh, that would be fun.
Miss Gigi, we are going to make one of these Scrappy Crunchy books. We made one of these a year ago. We both have wanted to make one since then. I started one in January in my live stream, so it's being worked on. This one we're making though with multiple sizes. Both of the ones I've done already, they were all the same size cardboards. This one we're going to use multiple size cardboards so that we get a variety in our pages. Now, when we go to buying this, Lisa, at least some of mine are going to be kind of funky because this one is going to be bound and then this one will be bound. So possibly some of the strings will be shorter than others. It'll be you're welcome,
It'll
Janet.
be interesting.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a little bit different, and it's not necessarily going to lay as perfect as the other ones did, but the binding, it works so well for everything. I think it'll be fine.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm about to
I can't find the rings. Where can I find the rings? What rings, Teresa? This doesn't have Patricia. This one is 16 pages, and I'm making 16 pages for my other one, but I ended up with 20 pages for this one, just because of what I'm putting in it. Teresa, I'm not sure what you're talking about. Rings. This doesn't have any rings. Binding rings. I'm not going to use binding rings. I'm going to use something called a slip knot binding. It's stitched with. I will be using waxed linen because that's what I like best, but a cotton cord would be fine. Lisa's nylon cord would be okay, but nylon cord slips and I don't like nylon cord. Lisa's got some waxed linen. I'm guessing that might be what she's going to use. I'm guessing.
Yeah, last time I used a cotton, something that was thicker.
Mm-hmm.
And it was like a waxed cotton, but it was a lot thicker than this. Did you use the waxed linen when you did yours before?
Yep. Yeah.
All right. Well, that's what I'll use this time then, since I now have some. Thank you.
And that's that green one. The green one is 3-cord waxed linen, just so you know, weight wise. That one I sent you. Now, I think what I usually use is 3-cord. I have some 4-cord and I have some 2-cord. And that's the number of strands, guys, on your waxed linen. Waxed linen is, when you buy it, the thickness of it is based on how many threads of linen are in its cording. And because I've bought mine in the past for jewelry, I have both 2, 3, and 4-cord. The 4-cord I use almost never. The 2 and 3, I found that the 2 works for a lot of what I do, but I really like the 3-cord. That's my favorite, and it works really great for binding threads. There's a company called Royal Wood Baskets, but the shipping is kind of outrageous. Because
it costs more to ship than it does to buy. At least when I tried to order it, it did.
Yeah, and part of that is that they tend to sell a lot of wholesale. I think, and I don't know if they just are not, if they're just not aware of what they're doing when they do that. But
Or if they're just trying to discourage small buyers.
that may be it. I don't know,
I
because
don't want to mess with you if you're not going to buy a bunch.
well, and they're small, you know, and I will tell you that shipping, when you're a small business, shipping takes an inordinate amount of time. It's amazing how much time I spend packaging bead orders. If I've got bead orders to send out, it really takes a lot of time. After a show, yes.
I'm going to have to run in the house. I'm sorry. You just keep on talking. I'll be back in a minute.
All right. Sounds good. And anyway, so, but Royal Wood Baskets sells wax linen. I will tell you that one spool will last you probably a lifetime. This is a spool of cream color. This is how it comes from them. And this is 2-cord. I ordered the cream and the black in almost every size they had, just because I wanted to test it. And when I ordered, and it seems like a lot of money, but this is a lot of cord. You will do books for a lifetime, so pick a color you like. I sent Lisa recently a spool of green that was about half down, and that's because I had used so much green in making necklaces. I used more green than any other color when I made necklaces. And I must have made 20 necklaces with that spool of cord, and it still has a lot on it. So you don't need to buy it often, is what I'm trying to tell you.
Okay,
so,
sorry.
That's all right. Lisa, since you're back, I have something I want to show everyone.
Okay.
Okay, Sunday in my live stream, I think it was Denise, and I don't think, hi Trey, hi T, hello T. Janet just posted the link to the single sheet binding again, Teresa, so that you can see it. Excuse me. But that's how I'm going to do mine. Sunday, guys, I was talking about the fact that I've been hunting permanent ink that doesn't eat my sponges. These little white sponges that you put on this thing, the solvent ink that I have just eats them alive. Denise, I think, is who told me, and I'm not sure if it wasn't, hello Holly, if it wasn't Denise, I apologize, that she used, these are chair pads, okay, that you put on the bottom of your chairs when you have hardwood floors like we have. And she said the ones from Dollar Tree fit her little doodad perfectly. Well, I didn't have any from Dollar Tree, but I did have these. Or if these came from Dollar Tree, I didn't have any of the smaller ones. So I cut it out. I just took my scissors and cut it. And it's just fabulous. It looks like it's going to work perfectly. And now I can use my Stays On inks, which I have. It doesn't work quite the same as the soft one, but I'm happy. See how nice it's. And it's not going to tear up. That was my problem, is that it tore up, and it's, you know, it's working really well. It's not tearing up. That was T. It was T that told me. Yay! Thank you, T. I'm going to tell you, that's fabulous. Like I said, I didn't have any that fit exactly, but it just, I am so thankful, T. Thank you so much. This is just a single sheet of paper. But see, it even works on the paper. So, and I'm wondering if it works this way. Ooh, it does work very nicely that way if you really want to grunge it up. So, I'm tickled. What's the matter, Lisa?
Oh, I just dropped something, of course.
Uh-oh.
Oh, I'm trying to do my sanding real quick, and I dropped one of my pages.
Yes, Patricia, and I would have never thought of those because I had tried the little white felts that are for the alcohol ink. I had tried those, and they didn't work. They just tore up right along with everything else. So I'm just cleaning up. I don't want that all over all my papers.
Well, I have to.
Well, that's true
tell
too,
y'all.
Holly. Okay, go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, Holly just said it. You can't beat it for $1, and I said no, you can't. So.
Oh, that is true.
Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to tell y'all that Rose McGuinn had told me about a book that she liked when she was young. That was a poem book, and I thought it was Tanya who told me about it. But anyway, it's called Prayers from the Ark. And it's a prayer by, different creatures that were on the ark. And they're poems. And so I ordered it for Hannah, and it came in yesterday, and Hannah loved it. She read a bunch of it last night, and she's read most of the rest of it today. But she was so inspired by it, she wrote her own poem. And so I thought, if y'all don't mind, I'd read that poem to you.
I would love to hear it.
It's about, us in our ark.
In your ark, yep.
Anyway, it's called Prayer for April 2020. The days are long, Lord, yet they slip between my fingers. I let my mind wander a little, then I look up from my wool gathering to find the day gone. The days are long, Lord. It seems all the world is tearing out its hair, and arriving at June sane will be a victory. Oh, Lord, I'm a little scared and indifferent to my work. The days are long, Lord. Stir purpose in my heart. Put my hands to the task. Make the days run swift in my labor. Have mercy with the gift of peace. Have mercy with the gift of work. Clasp me near, Lord, now and forever. Amen.
Amen. That's beautiful.
Anyway,
Lisa.
That is the style of poems that are in that little book. And so
Lisa, hon, you're off camera.
I know, I'm just sanding.
I know, but Fran wanted to know. She said she's got 36 pieces of cardboard cut mostly to size. Now what? So
now this.
Yeah.
Unless it's not food packaging. If it's just cardboard, you're safe.
Yeah, I was gonna say you don't have to sand the back side. The only reason you sand this at all is because the slicky printy part is sometimes hard to have things stick to. After that, you have to. I'm going to use book pages. So what I'm doing with my book pages is I'm tearing off the margins, like so. And I had just gotten to the point where I was going to stop, but I just tore off a bunch of margins just because I want just the type. This is how I've been working on my lap book. I'm pleased with how it's come out. Let's see, I'll just put those right up there. Then, and on the lap book, I just tore these in half. I just went right down the middle and tore them in half, but these pages are considerably smaller. And I have, I usually have, this book is 16, so you can see how thick it got with 16. This book is going to have 20 pages, and it will be double this size by the time we finish with it. So, and Fran, it doesn't, as far as this goes, it's up to you. I am using my straight edge ruler. I'm not using my wonderful tear ruler because I wanted a little bit more. I wanted it to be torn, but I wanted it to be kind of straight. So that's just how I'm tearing it. And then these pages, I think I'm going to tear a little smaller width because my pages are so much smaller. So I'm going to tear them like that, and then I'm going to tear them like that. So that I have this little pile of multiple size pieces of paper, and I like to get all of these done and ready. And believe me, before we're all over, we will have more that we need to tear up because I can tell you that this goes, you use up your papers very fast. Now, if you want to use something else for papers, this book was, it was my scrap box. This piece of pink right here is scrapbook paper. That was scrapbook paper, but this is a picture out of a magazine. This is picture out of a magazine. I happen to have a quilt magazine, and those were pictures of them. Some of this is hard to tell which is which, but that's scrapbook paper and scrapbook paper. That was painty paper. I'm looking for some more magazine paper, but it was what was in my scrap bin. That was this is magazine paper right there. So, you know, it was paperweight. On my Sunday one, I'm using security envelopes. You know, all of, I reached down and the envelope is white on the middle. Oh, okay. I use this stuff from the inside of security envelopes. Hi, Sandra.
Hi, Sandra. Good to have you here. Anybody, if we've missed you when you came in, we're sorry, but we're glad you're here. If you're lurking, we're glad you're here too.
Yes. Patricia says she has cardboard from brownies and fudge, which she hasn't had in ages. Yeah, I think we're all doing that. The other day I was talking about that 2-ingredient fudge, and yesterday I had to take Mom for her eye injection, and I'm going to tell you guys that doctor had that down. I mean, it worked just fabulous. I was so pleased. First they called us. They wanted us to go to a different clinic than we normally go to, the big clinic here in town. They wanted us to go to the one out in Milton, and I thought, why in the world? And then I realized he's probably trying to separate his patients. He brought 3 people to that office with him. Normally there's a staff of 60 in the big office here in town. He brought somebody to man the desk and the phone, and he brought 2 technicians so that he could have 2 patients working in between. They made you call from outside. They didn't let you in the door. It was locked. They made you call from outside and go back to your car, and when they got your room ready, they would call you. So they called me, and I walked Mom to the door. They took Mom from the door into the exam room, straight in. There was no patients that met each other in the waiting room, nothing. I mean, then she came out and was done. So it worked. I was just so pleased with him because, Mom has been very, very good and stayed home and all that. Anyways, I had to go to town. I had to get Jeff's medicines. I had to take Mom. So I was in the store getting Jeff's medicine. And of course, I had read about that 2-ingredient fudge. So I got peanut butter and frosting. And dang, I'm going to have trouble leaving it alone because it is good. I know Suzanne thought it would be horrible, but it's pretty good. So, Sandra, we haven't really done a lot. What we did was, we've got our cardboards ready, and by ready I mean we know what size they're going to be. We did decide on an outside cover. So Lisa, your front and back are the same size, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to do my front and back. I've got 4 pieces that are the biggest size.
Right. And that's what I have too. I have 4 pieces. And the reason that we did that was when you have all these little pieces in there, you have to think about the fact that the bottom of your book has to have some stabilization. So to stabilize the whole book, we have 4 pieces that are the same size as the cover. So we have 1 front cover, 1 back cover, and 2 more pieces in the middle that are the same, cut the same size. And then we have multiple size pieces. And if you don't have all of these right now, don't worry about it. Just go ahead and get a few pieces ready to play with, because you can work on this, down the road. This is not happening today. I mean, this is going to take a while. So you get your cardboards and then you sand them. You just lightly sand them. And I don't even think you can tell, but see right there. See, you barely take the print off. And the reason for that is that the printing, it sometimes is very slick. And if it's slick, sometimes your papers won't adhere to it. The glue doesn't stick real well. So taking that little tiny bit of surface off with some sandpaper just helps. It's all it is. So that's the first step, is getting these ready. And like I said, just get 2 or 3 ready and go on to the next step, because believe me, this is going to take a while. Hello, Mary. Then the next thing I did was to tear the margins off of my papers. I just took my pages, because I'm using book papers, and tore the margins off. Okay. I don't want the margins on my pages. If you do, leave them on there. Don't. And a friend says she's tearing up maps, a story, and music paper. And the reason I have multiple pieces of book pages is the color and the text. Okay, Lisa, can you do a layer of your pages?
Yeah. I've got them kind of torn now, but I've got this and this and this and this and this.
Okay. So see how it changes the color? Okay, that is the reason I chose these, is the colors. And I'm just tearing them up and making little piles, because if you have little piles, when you go to start gluing, it makes life a lot easier. And Lisa tore hers a lot the same size. I didn't. I tend to make mine multiple sizes, so it's
I'm trying to make them multiple sizes, but each kind of book page is basically the same size.
Okay.
Like all of these are the same size, and all of these are basically the same size, and all of these will be basically the same size. But I'm trying to differentiate between the different sizes. I mean, the different pages as different sizes, and
as different sizes.
Yeah. Like these 2 ended up being a lot alike, which wasn't my intention. But the book pages themselves were a lot alike, and so I would have to throw away more if I made them different sizes. Does that make sense?
I think so. I just overlapped mine more.
Yeah. Well, I may end up doing some of that.
Yeah. But I just like to have my papers that I'm going to glue kind of ready. By the way, Lisa, your paper from last night turned out fabulous. I think it was gorgeous.
Thank you.
I didn't see the the final result on the fabric page, but it was.
Yeah, well, it was all goopy when we quit. So I'll show y'all real quick that one.
Yeah.
It's kind of weavy. I mean,
Waffly.
rumpledy. You can tell on the back.
Mm-hmm.
But this is what it looks like.
Ooh, it's looking good.
Hannah said, "Now, what are you going to do with that?" I said, "I don't know." I don't know.
Sandra, we will be gluing these pages to our cardboards. That's the plan, is to glue the pages to the cardboards. That's a piece of paper. I don't know where it came from. I don't know which book it was. The other thing I will tell you is try to keep your papers, if you're using book papers and you want all the papers to go right side up, try to keep them right side up in the pile. Especially if
I got mine, some of them right side up and some of them upside down. They're all, going up and down, but they're not all going
the same.
Up and down.
Yeah.
Some of them are going down and up. So
yeah, you might want to take a look at that. Of course, I can't see real well without my glasses, so that's another reason that I keep that.
Okay, I did those good.
Lisa, Holly says you might make a lot of inchies with that.
Oh goodness, can you imagine? I'm gonna have to cut it with. Well, I guess I could use a knife, but with scissors, I don't cut straight enough. I don't think to make inches with it. I could make a lot of somethings with it though.
Fran, that would be cool. An atlas, using an atlas where you have the different pages of the atlas. I think that would be very cool. These are just pages I had torn up when working on my lap book, and since my lap book is all done, I'm using the same basic pages out of that. I can just put these over here to use. The lap book's done. The videos are not, so they'll be done soon. So,
okay.
That sounds like exasperation.
Oh, I'm just trying to figure out a way to make them something different, and I decided to just do them in half and then do them wide. This particular one.
Mm-hmm.
So I think I'll do the half first.
Cheryl's needing a trash bag. Why do you need a trash bag? Patricia, it's all right if they're all wonky. If that's
And friend, I've got squares and oblongs, just trying to make them different.
Yeah, and that's all I'm doing is I'm just tearing them up in different size pieces. And this is just makes life easier when you start to glue. That's still really and truly what it is. It makes life easier when you start to glue.
Do it however you want, Fran. It's okay to just do it in strips.
Yeah, that's perfect. It's fine to do it in strips.
We're just
Mary, we haven't even started on the pages. The whole thing will be, the pages will be worked at the same time that the covers are worked on. Let me pull them out. These are my pieces. Okay. Oops, oops, that's part of my pieces, I guess. My covers are just the bigger pieces. They're the same thing. They're just bigger, the biggest pieces of it. If that makes sense. I hope it makes sense. And I'm tearing smaller pieces this time than I did last time because the pages are smaller. The lap book was so much bigger as far as the the size of it than these pages are going to be. So I'm making my pieces fairly small.
Yeah, I'm trying to make mine fairly small too, which makes it take a long time.
Fran, that's fine. I'd be using them. If you've torn them that way, then I would say they're fine. She just tore them like she was tearing the margins.
It'll just look a little different, but it'll be great.
I think it'll be very exciting. Yes, Mary. This is we're starting a book for April. Is the deal? The 100-Day Project. I did it last year, Brittany, and I really enjoyed it. But it's to make a video every day is hard, and I chose not to do that this year, partially because we were supposed to be gone on our trip, and so I had not made any plans to do it. And I'm okay not doing it this year. I think there's other shorter projects that I want to do. And Lisa and I are streaming every Tuesday together, plus our Lisa's on Monday and mine's on Sunday. So I just kind of decided, not Louie, I decided that was enough for me. I didn't need to have more to do. So I'm not doing it this year.
I'm doing each kind of book, Fran, a different shape. You could do that if you want to, but if you've got other ones really long strips, I think it would look good to have them all long strips.
Yeah, I think it'd be fun to have them all long strips. I personally think that okay, that's the next one we'll have to do.
I was going to say, now you got me wanting to make another one.
I have these few little pages. I have no idea why I have so many of those lighter color pages, but I'm just going to put them in the light stack. That's not a big deal. So now I have these 4 pieces. And here's the thing. You guys know this is my go-to stuff. This is Mod Podge and glue mix. Well, I bought all of this matte medium. So because these book pages should not bleed, I am actually going to use the matte medium to glue the book paper to the cardboard. I bought it, and I don't like it for a lot of things, but it should work for this. So that's what I'm going to use today, is the matte medium, because I have it and I really should use it. And I mean, I must have 3 bottles of this. So I need to use it. And so that's what I'm going to do. And then when I go to do my collages, I will use the Mod Podge and the glue so that it doesn't make things bleed. Yeah, the margin size strips. Oh, that's true. It would be taking a lot longer to Hi, Brittany. I don't know that I said hello to you. I'm glad you're here. Fran, use some of both. Since you've got those strips, use them. Brittany, I mix like half Mod Podge, half glue. And this is, I use glue, I'm very specific. It is Elmer's Glue All. Do not get school glue. Do not get washable glue. You want Elmer's Glue All. And then I put just a touch of water in it. And I usually buy the biggest container of Mod Podge at Joann's, and I use a coupon, so that saves me money. And I had been buying the Glue All, like at Joann's with coupons, but they don't have a big container. And Lisa told me that Home Depot, I think, had big gallon-sized bottles for like $8 or $9. And Jeffrey went and he couldn't get it at Home Depot. He had to go to Lowe's, but 12. he said it was $12, but he had to get it at Lowe's because Home Depot was no longer carrying it. What's really bad is that they clearanced it out and I missed it. But yeah, of course, a gallon of glue will last a long time.
That's true. That's true. My first one lasted me like 2 years. So
yeah, yeah, and I mean, I go through a lot of this because I do a lot of. I use it all the time, so that's just. I just go through a lot. Okay, let's get this stuff out of the way. Come on. You guys are all in the way. Why are you here even? Oh. Okay. And I have little images on my table. Why is it here? Why are they here?
I decided to do 5 that are going to be kind of tabs since my book is longer.
Okay.
And I'm going to do all those together here.
And when she's laying that out like that, the reason we did that was because then you tear your pages apart. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do the pages that are all sort of the same to make my life easy because I'm lazy. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put them together just like this. And what we found was that if you put them together with a little washi tape, is that what you just got out, Lisa?
Yeah.
If you put these pieces together with a little washi tape, okay, that is, so I think that will do just fine. You want about 1/4 of an inch in between them so that when you tear them apart, you have some space.
Well, I didn't do quite 1/4 of an inch. Maybe I need to.
Well, after fighting with that the book with the security envelopes on it, 1/4 of an inch is you need it.
All right. Well, I'm changing it.
Because I had a very, very hard time getting those tore apart.
Why do you call it crunchy?
Because of the sound it makes, Jean. I just love it because of the sound it makes. It is supposed to be called a Scrappy book. But somewhere along the line, Scrappy left my vocabulary. I couldn't remember that word for some reason. And it just ended up being a crunchy book.
Which is why I put both words in the title.
In title, yeah. Because it's supposed to be a scrappy book where you used up your scraps. But
although we're making scraps for it.
Yeah. No, Cheryl, these are just pages. The pages and the covers will be treated exactly the same.
I'm doing my
okay.
Go ahead. Well, that would work too. I'm doing mine that are going to be going the long wise first and getting those done.
Yeah.
So I won't mess up, and because I have to change the way the papers go on them. You can't just do them all the same.
Right. Right. And what you want to do is you want to whichever side you put the tape on, you want to flip over and be working on the other side. Yeah. Yeah. You want to work on the other side. Oh, because you have a piece you needed to. The reason for that is you're going to take that tape off after this dries the first time. You're going to be taking that off.
You don't have to, though, because last time I just worked right over the top of it and I didn't have any trouble.
You didn't have any trouble? Okay.
Didn't have any trouble, but
I'm glad I did in the security envelope one because I have had a terrible time getting that Yes, Brittany, this idea came from Lori Marie Jenkins' book video. Um, we kind of adapted it to our own what we wanted to do, but especially like the windows and some of the other things were in her book, and then we did do a different binding than she did, that kind of thing.
I did link her video in the prep video.
Yeah.
So you can go there and look at it if you want to. Well, I found some more of my other stuff, so I don't have to use the one with Mod Podge. Or I'm just going to pour some of this in with that other Mod Podge stuff and mix it up so there's less Mod Podge, because it just smelled too strong yesterday when I was using it.
Okay. Was that real Mod Podge and
it was real Mod Podge and glue all and a little bit of water. I decided that the kind with the polyurethane kind of, you have to really shake it up every time you use it, because it tends to want to separate. And so I decided I would just try it with the Mod Podge. I bought some of these little ones at Dollar Tree, and I just put some of those in there, and it just smelled too strong for me.
Oh, yeah.
I had forgotten how Mod Podge smells because I haven't used it in so long.
Well, see, and I don't know. Let me see if I notice a smell on this. Yeah, there's a smell. There's definitely a glue smell, but I don't notice it. Of course, my room is bigger than yours.
Yeah.
You know, and that makes a huge difference if there's more air in a room. So, and I may not be as sensitive.
Well, I'm very sensitive, ridiculously so. So it might not bother most people, but
okay. So what I'm going to do is, and I am using this matte medium this time just because that's what I have. What I like to do is I like to put it over the crack, and then I will put it out over the edge. Okay, so that we have excess. That you want it to have little rough edges. That's what I'm trying to get at. Rough edges is what I want. The other thing
I need to thin mine just a little bit. I think I didn't have enough water in it either.
Water in it. And I don't put much water in it, but you do want a little.
Well, it's dripping like this. Well, you can't see over there.
Yeah, I can't see. That looks good. It's a little thin.
I'm going to leave it alone.
Yeah, it's a little, it might even be a little thin, but this is really thin. I don't like it, but you know, I'll live with it because I have it and I'm going to use it.
Okay.
And you put on a nice coat of whatever glue, liquid glue you're using. You put it on the stuff, you put it on the, ew. Did you fix greens, Jeffrey? Really? Smells like he fixed greens. He says he fixed red beans and rice.
All our noses are weird from allergies.
Yeah, that's true.
Last night, Darren hugged me, and he's so tall that, you know, his chin's on top of my head. And he said, "You smell like gingerbread." I was like, well, that's wishful thinking because I haven't had any gingerbread. You're just wanting something sweet and bready.
Oh, dear. Okay, now this one is in line with that one. But remember, these are 4 pages that I'm going to be tearing up. So they aren't really going to be together, if that makes any sense at all. And yes, it goes over the edge too far, but I don't worry about it. I will tear that off after a while. Oops. The other thing is be careful that you don't grab up 2 pieces of paper at the same time because, you know, sometimes your book pages stick together.
That is true. I'm just sitting here trying to get 2 apart.
Mm-hmm.
And when you're using different books, they're different thicknesses too. And so you're like, is that 1 or 2 pages?
That's right. Especially like this old book really has, it's very thick paper. That's one of the reasons why it's not in very good shape. And I can use a longer piece right there because, you know, it's going to be 2 pages and it'll be a smaller piece when I get it done. But I don't really want to waste it. So let's find a shorter piece. Hi, Shelly. If anybody else should take them, we tape them like that for two reasons, Jean. Because yes, it makes it easier to get the raggedy edges, but because it's faster. It's just so much faster to work on 4 pages at a time than it is to work on 1. Plus, you can just blah 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 blah. Sorry, it goes faster. So and it's easier. You can kind of slap it down. You get the overhang. You don't have, when you go to start taking them apart, you have this great overhang kind of thing. You want enough hanging off of the edge to be able to tear it later. So that one was going to be right on the edge. So I'm going to put another piece because I didn't go past the edge far enough. Okay. Now, if you're doing just all scrappy things, you just lay your scrappy stuff like this one. You just lay your scrappy stuff over each other and go for it.
Yeah, any way you want. That one was quicker.
Brittany,
Because of that.
this particular dictionary that I'm using has pretty thick pages, but this music paper that's a hymnal, and it's like more like dictionary paper, and it works fine. Now, it might allow the box to show through some, but there are going to be so many layers on this thing that by the time we get done, I don't think it'll matter if it shows through. I personally like layered look anyway, so it doesn't matter to me if it's showing through a little bit. But if it bothers you, then that's something to think about, because when you put wet glue on something the way this is done, it definitely will have it. It will let things that are behind it show through your paper.
That's cool, Jean. What are you weaving?
And Patricia's doing hers all scrappy. That sounds great. The first one was supposed to be kind of like Lisa's project last night, where we used up the stuff out of our scrapbooks, our scrap boxes. Brittany, you know, it really depends on whether or not you feel that it's going to be a necessity. I don't think it would be, but that's me. She's weaving a purse. Ooh, cool. Lisa, did you get your tea wallet thing done?
No.
No, okay.
I haven't worked on it again since we
Talked about it.
did that. I'm kind of like Hannah. I'm being distracted, having a
Ah,
hard time maintaining my. I don't know. It's weird because I'm not the kind of person who worries that the house is all clean, or I don't worry about every bit of the laundry being done. But for some reason, right now, I want all the laundry clean. I want.
I understand.
Oh,
Yep.
so so I'm
Well,
having
and
to.
even getting the mail is different because I go out. I only touch the mailbox with my right hand, and I only touch the door coming back in with my left hand, and stuff like that. So I
Yeah,
understand.
everything's different.
Yeah.
Well, I even disinfected my mailbox,
Yeah.
um, and you could tell because it's usually very dusty, and it's got kind of a gold lid, and that gold lid's always been dusty. And I heard the lady drop the thing, and so I opened the door to get the mail, and she said, "Thank you for cleaning your mailbox." She said, "Most people don't think about me."
Yeah. Um, well, our the ants like to get in ours, so Jeffrey cleans it pretty often. So um, they're ornery little things. They just like to get in the mailbox. I don't know what the deal is.
Yeah. Well, we've
Um,
had wasps in ours, which is
mm,
not a good plan.
mm-mm.
Um, I haven't this year. We really worked hard to eradicate wasps last year because anything that even looked like it was a 20-year-old wasp nest got taken care of. But but we would find wasps or spiders in ours. I'm like, that's not acceptable.
I'd swear to you that this is pulling up ink from something. That's not white. It's definitely got color in it.
Yeah. Well, it could be any of them.
Yeah. And that's the whole point of using that medium was to. Now, in answer to Brittany's question, over here on this one, okay, now when you go to pick this up, it's kind of messy. And you need to be prepared because you got to have someplace to lay this, guys, so that you can go on to your next one. Um, if you look right here, you can kind of see that my cardboard is kind of peeking through color-wise. There's some red under it. I don't know if it'll show it all when it's dry, but we'll find out.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Yeah. And I'm going back to my Mod Podge because I don't like that. That just is irritating to me. It's got color in it. So I do not know why matte medium picks up color, but it definitely does. Yeah, I guess it's all right. I gotta use it sometime. Oh, earwigs. Oh, Janet, yes. Uh-huh. Yep. We had snails in ours. Uh, right after we moved here, there were snails that would get in ours. That's a wise decision, Janet. Uh-oh, Fran's tearing up Alaska. That was one
Well,
of the things
Alaska's tough. They can take it.
That's right. That was one of the things we found in the box room was another small atlas. So I will have that to tear up because we have a big atlas in the camper. Well, a new one, or newer. I gotta switch ears. My ears have been bothering me from these thingies. Yes, snail mail.
Uh-oh. See, I had 2 pieces. Luckily, when I pulled it up, let me scoot my board over here. The second one came up, so I didn't.
Yeah. By the way, T, your zine went off in the mail today. I had to check yesterday to make sure that I had the postage right. So it went off in the mail today. Just so you know. Okay, I'm going to pick like 4 more that are the same size.
Wow, you're fast.
Well, I had 4 little ones, dear.
Okay.
They were small.
Oh, I don't think I have any small ones.
Yeah, they were pretty small. I mean, the tea box lid was pretty small. So
I'm gonna change my mind there. You can do that if you're quick.
yep. Yes, we're gonna work on my channel next Tuesday. Thank you, Janet. We'll work on it some more next Tuesday. We're just gonna work on it on Tuesdays until we get it done. That was what we decided to do this month. We will definitely be on every Tuesday. One
Lord
or the other
willing, and the
channel.
creek don't rise.
Yes, that's right. Lord willing, and the creek don't rise. And you do know that we're expecting a storm, so the creek might just come up.
No, I didn't know you were, but
yeah. Well, we are actually not on a creek. It's the holding pond for a theater that we have problems with. They don't maintain the holding pond properly, and then the water comes too fast, and it overflows the holding pond. And then, of course, we have the silly neighbor who blows her leaves into the storm drain.
That's just, well, I mean, besides being kind of rude, it's just stupid because you can't, I mean, those storm drains are there for a reason.
Well, and not only that, see, she's a little bit downhill from us. And the year we had the serious problem before Jeff started doing major complaining. I mean, I'm not kidding. The county commissioner has Jeff on speed dial. He knows Jeff's phone number. It backed up into their house.
Well, you'd think that would be enough to.
Yeah, and we have told her that that's causing part of the problem, but that doesn't mean that she's going to listen. So I asked them Sunday, Lisa, I don't know that you were there. I asked them if they thought I would go to jail for a terribly long time if she disappeared. And Holly suggested that I find some alligators to help me with the problem.
Alligators, well.
Oh, there's one up the road from my brother-in-law. I'm sure that, yeah, I'm going to have to have some more too. They are around here. Did any of you ever do this where you bruise yourself and you have no idea how you did it?
Yeah, I do that sometimes. I don't do it as much now as I used to. So I've got whatever changing the way we ate did, it made a huge difference in that. That was something I didn't even, it was so normal I didn't even think about it until it stopped happening.
Okay. Yes, Sandra, clogged up, backed up. Yep. The theater was fined. We finally got that dealt with. When they found out they were going to get $100 a day fine, they suddenly fixed the problem. So that has been part of it. It's been helpful. So, okay, let's clean out the brush. So the pond doesn't overflow so bad anymore. It does its job better. It's still too small for what they're doing, but at least it doesn't overflow every time it rains. It only overflows once in a while.
Oh, that's good. I guess that's better anyway.
If Sandra says it's getting old is what causes all those bruises and not knowing why you did it. Now, burns, I know exactly what happens. I told everybody the other day I wear tattoos. I can tell. Oh, let me see. You see, right, this one, and that one, and this one. Those are from a piece of glass flying right there, and my closing my arm real fast. It was like,
oh goodness,
for crying out loud! You know better than to close your arm.
It's an instinctive reaction.
Yep, that's what happened. It was like, oops. Okay. So, but my wrists, I have them on my wrists and places because when glass pops, it pops and it goes places. I don't have poppy glass as much as I used to. You know, after 20 years, you kind of learn not to do that, but it still happens once in a while. If there's an air bubble in the rod or something like that, it will happen.
Yeah.
Holly says alligators got to eat. Yeah, that's true. We used to live out where Perry lives now, where Jeff's brother lives. And the first time the water came up out there, it was a very interesting day. We had all kinds of creatures in the yard. Lisa's working so quietly. She's concentrating, I can tell.
I'm concentrating. It's hard. Concentrating is hard.
Okay. You just want to make sure that you get lots of glue on these pages so that they stay down and so that they're covered on top. And that's one reason why it gets crunchy is because you've soaked that book, that whatever paper you're using, you've soaked it with the wet glue, and so it absorbs, and then it becomes kind of that nice, yummy texture. Okay, I need a little tiny piece. There's a little tiny piece. Works perfect.
Okay, move.
What's wrong?
Well, I needed it. It slid on me, and I needed it to go back. I needed it to go right back where I had it.
Yep.
I am having to tear some of my bigger pieces to get the variety of papers.
Yeah. Now, I'm not worrying terribly about how big or small they are, just because, you know, it's not going to be. It's going to be covered up with something else, anyways.
That's true.
As far as, you know, the next step is going to be on there, but at the same time, I kind of want to get as many different colors on the page as I possibly can.
Yeah. The variety is part of the fun.
Hello, Alyssa. Brittany, just sand a few and go for it. And you don't have to sand them real
Just a
hard
little
or
bit.
anything. Just a little bit is all it needs. Just a little bit of sanding. Okay. And I just, Lisa, when I have pages that don't, I just kind of overlap them. I'm just, I just kind of
Well,
cover
I'm doing
them all.
some of that too, but
But you're still not getting enough variety.
well, I am, but I'm
Okay.
having to some places. If I put the whole thing down, I completely cover up the something else because I've
Okay.
overlapped it on the other side. So
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
so it's more of a just trying to.
Yeah. Just, of course, you know why this is faster for me too? I've been doing a lot of it.
That's true, and I have never done it like this before, but I'm glad for the chance because I've been wanting to since I've been watching you.
Yeah, I did a lot of this for my lap book. Because I covered a ton of sheets of cardstock.
I saw a ton of them, so I remember thinking that's a lot of work.
Yeah, it was a lot of work, but it made me happy, and it's actually beautiful. I can't wait to get the videos done so you guys can see them because it really came out cool. I really like how it came out. Okay. Uh-oh. Well, that's gonna. I need a. Oh. And I kind of like it without the margins. I just didn't think the margins were gonna make me happy with, what it would look like. I just kind of figured that this made me a little happier to do it this way.
Yeah, I'm liking it without the margins too. I probably would have liked. I don't know. I like the all margins look.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And so it would have been fun, the way that Fran is doing it to incorporate margins. You could do some pages that were all margins and some pages that were, just strips without margins and some pages that had both. And I think that would be fun.
Yeah. I have enough margins. I probably could do a whole book in just margins. Hi, Suzanne. Did I say hello to Alyssa? I hope so. Guys, if we miss saying hello to you, sorry. When you're gluing, you kind of get lost in the, I don't know what you want to call it.
In the busyness.
Yeah.
In the zone.
You get in the zone and you kind of go, oh, this is just what I'm doing. Oh, that's a big piece, but that's okay.
It's good to have you here, Alyssa.
Mm-hmm. It's good to have everybody here.
Realized I don't have a place to sit this.
Uh-oh. You didn't plan.
She's plan.
She's right. I have a floor behind me that's that if I get glue on, my husband might get rid of me. The alligators might have to come and find me. So I am very careful to put stuff down on the floor, and I have freezer paper.
Yeah, I was just thinking I've got to go in the house and find some freezer paper. But I don't. Well, I've got wax paper. That'll work since I'm just doing them. Not doing a I'm not trying to cover a big area. I'm just trying to cover some spots.
Right. Wax paper will work. I just use the same freezer paper, guys, over and over and over again. I did try to buy freezer paper yesterday, and couldn't because my papers are, they're getting kind of old. I'm going to need to get some new ones.
I already tore off some of the sides here.
Uh-oh. Did it? You mean it lifted up?
Well, it was the part that was off the edge.
Mm-hmm. And
so
it
when
tore.
I pulled up my thing, it tore, yeah. But that's not a huge deal.
Nope.
But I didn't have this much glue all over the place last time because I didn't make my space between this big, so I wasn't thinking about it.
Ah, okay. Yeah, you kind of got to go real slow when you start picking up. Okay, I need to get in here. Okay, more glue. And I am messy when I do this. I just, I'm kind of slobbily.
Slobbily.
Slobbily. What a great, you wouldn't know that I have even half of an education, would you? Now, words were never my strong suit, but you would think that I would have enough of a vocabulary to not come up with slobbily.
Francis, I forgot about the margins. Yay, I used one margin.
Yay! Uh-huh.
Margins are good.
Yeah. T, I like the margins, but I kind of like them by themselves. I'm kind of I'm with Lisa on that one. I think that the margins to me make me much happier if they're all margins, all alone in their little fight to survive. Okay, what do we got here? What do we got? All right. I'm going to end up with a tiny little hole in this one for some reason. Real fix.
Okay, I'm just going to do those. I think I can actually, y'all won't be able to see all four of them, but it's like it's the same thing over and over. So
yeah,
I can put all four of them on here, though. I think I'm going to. Well, no, because I do have to think about where am I going to lay them. So
yeah,
good enough.
And how you're going to pick them up.
Yeah.
And I will tell you, okay, I'm going in. This one's wetter. Down here on the bottom right corner is kind of dry. I'm going in with my finger and lifting it up like that. Very gently along the edges. Yeah, and see that edge tore because it was dried to the table, which is, And then I just kind of put my hands under it and slide it up. Very gentle.
Very gentle.
Ta-da!
Yay! Thank you, Janet.
Terry's going to be right back. Sounds good, dear. You love the words?
Hi, Denise.
Hi, Denise.
We're glad you're here.
We're glad you're here. Now, this
better than not at all.
That's right. This time, some of my book paper is on my craft mat. So when I clean up, I have to be careful and make sure I clean that all up, because if you don't, the next layer, and like there's some over here,
Yeah.
the next layer will stick to stuff. So make sure you get that cleaned up when you.
Yeah, I just had to do that because I had stuff stuck everywhere.
Mm-hmm. You definitely want to clean up in between. And my
Okay.
craft mat is really filthy, and nothing I have used on it seems to be cleaning it up. I thought it was supposed to be, that you could clean it off, and
Well, it's
to a
got
point.
war wounds.
Yes, that's it, because I mean it sits here all the time.
Yeah, mine's so shiny, or my lighting is bad, or whatever. So I only put mine out when I'm actually needing it.
Well, I've got 500 million lights, so that's what comes when you have, what do you call that? I have a whole box of show lighting, so I just got into that stuff, and so I have a shop light that has daylight LEDs in it, and I have angled two bright spotlights that angle, and then I have another two lights above me that angle. I actually took some of them down, and then there's light LEDs behind me. So yes,
I'd say you're covered.
I'm covered. Hmm. But I also I hate trying to work in the dark. Jeffrey sits around in the dark all the time, but it just drives me bananas.
Well, I have plenty of light to see, but all I've got is fluorescent lights up on the ceiling.
The one that's on the ceiling is it's angled. And there's a white backdrop back there. It's a big sheet of they use it in bathrooms a lot. It's this whiteboard that comes from the.
Yeah.
Okay,
I have whiteboard, but not in my studio. It's actually in our dining room where we used to do, school. And the whiteboard's still there.
Yeah.
We just bought one whole sheet of that and put it up on the wall.
On the wall. I had the piece that's back there is from when I used to make paper all the time. It would lay on top. It's for laying on top of a table and protecting the table to lay papers and make mess on. This table actually has a big full sheet, but the shop light is angled against that board back there, and therefore it reflects. So that helps with the shiny things. Is the reason I'm telling you all this, is that it helps to not have so many shiny things, because I've got so much light coming from so many places. And now my fingers and hands are just stuck together. So I will be right back.
We will be here.
I will put this right here so you can have something cool to look at, but I'm going to go wash my hands because I'm honestly stuck together.
Uh-oh, almost did it upside down. Oh. Thank you for posting the video again, Janet. I appreciate it. All right, let's venture out here a little bit. Have trouble getting these to come apart. My glue is drying. pretty quickly, so I keep having to add more. How many pages will you end up with? Well, I had about 25 pieces because I was just putting stuff out and I wasn't paying attention to how many I had. And but I went down to 20. So 20 is what I'm using right now. That's my plan, is to have 20. I had 16 last time, and I thought these are bigger, so I think to get the same chunky effect, I decided to do 20. I don't know if it'll make that much difference or not, but finally upside down piece, yeah.
Okay. I really don't like matte medium. Nope, nope.
Emphatically.
Dish soap was not taking it off my hands. I had to go use Jeffrey's scrubby soap.
Oh dear.
Yeah, it was just, it was not taking it off. It was like, yuck. Well, I'm going to use this up, and then I just won't get any more matte medium.
Okay.
Is it just me, or do you read? I don't know.
She just asked how many pages I was doing, and I said 20, and she said it's going to be huge. Yeah, it might be.
It might be. Well, this is 16. So 20 is only 4 more. So I don't,
Right.
and
it's a bigger book, and so I think it will look, that same chunkiness needs more pages.
Right. And because some of the pages are smaller than others, it won't have the same kind of chunkiness. The other thing is that I did, my 100-day project was 50 pages. Now they were a little thinner, but it came out just fine. It sits almost like this. So it works real well. It all depends on your binding.
Yeah.
If your binding will lay flat like this one does, then it works. Okay, do I have enough of those? Yes, I do. So I'm going to do my 4 big ones. Where's my other one? This time. Will it fit on here? Yeah, I can make it. I just need to get those out of the way. Lisa, were you here when I found my numbers?
No, I don't think I was.
I'm going to tell you they were right where I was looking for them.
Oh dear.
Yeah. They were right in this little tub. They were only 3 pictures down. It just made me so mad. After looking in, I went through this tub like 3 times. Couldn't find them. So. Okay. Yeah, that's going to be a pain. I think I will just work on 2 at a time. It'll make me happier. It'll be easier.
We got plenty of time anyway. It's not like we're trying to rush and get it done today, so.
No. Suzanne, as far as this step, you don't put the windows in now. You put the windows in later. So on this book, no, I have not put any windows in. In my Sunday, the book I've been working on, my Sunday book, I did put some windows in that one 2 weeks ago, and I didn't really work on them this last Sunday because I forgot that I needed to get the pieces ready for that. Yeah, Zataran's this jambalaya one we like a lot, especially with spicy sausage in it and black beans. I make spicy sausage, which we have this local Cajun company here that makes. It's called Thompson's sausage. It's a hard, spicy sausage. I put that and black beans into this rice mixture, and we love it. It makes a complete meal, and Jeffrey's happy with it, and it's fast. So when we camp, that's a really good thing that I make when we camp. So it's kind of like a staple when we're in the camper, when we're in the RV, because we might be out doing something all day, and I have to have something way faster than my red beans and rice at home. Suzanne, she's using a mixture of Mod Podge and glue, aren't you, Lisa?
Not well. There's a little Mod Podge in it, but it's mostly glue and water. It's that one that I had the polyurethane in. It's just another bottle of it that I had. Yeah, it's homemade.
Homemade Mod Podge.
Yeah.
She said the Mod Podge was kind of smelly, so she was using this.
I just added some more of that other stuff down into the one that had more Mod Podge and kind of make the smell not so strong. That way I'm not wasting anything, but I'm not having to deal with the smell too much.
Yeah. Well, that was silly. I don't want that up there. Of course, because I want one. I don't have a little piece. There we go.
Yeah, that's why I tear them and I think, oh, that's too small. I'll just throw it away. And then I need one. So then I have to tear another one. It's like, okay, pay attention.
No, what are you doing, silly? Just do this way. Uh-huh. Yep. Suzanne, I don't cut the holes. The pages are whole. I will use the whole thing because when I cut out the windows, I use the pieces to make the charms and things. So just do your hole. Don't cut any holes. Don't worry about holes today at all on this part. No, the holes are down the road. Way down the road.
Way down the road, yeah.
They are when we're working on our collages, then we'll think more about the holes. Okay. Sorry, we got really quiet, didn't we?
Yeah.
Sometimes that happens.
If you've already got holes in there and you're trying to figure out what to do now, then I would just paper around them or over them. Do around the edges of the holes, kind of like we're doing on the edges of the book page.
Right.
If your holes are already there.
I'm sorry. That's very true. If you've already got holes, then just paper around them. Sorry. Didn't understand. Thank you, Teresa. The packaging came that way. Okay. Yeah. Just don't try to be exact around the edges. Just don't cover the whole hole. That way you just like I'm hanging this off the edge a little bit, hang that off, and then when you go get ready to do the back side, you will tear some of that off of there. None of my packaging had holes in it, so I didn't even think about it that way. So sorry, dear.
Mine didn't either. It just suddenly occurred to me that she might have already cut holes.
I was gonna say Teresa mentioned it, and that's what made me, realize what she was trying to ask. Okay. I'm gonna get further today than I expected to get. I mean, because we're doing good. We haven't been at this 2 hours, so it's pretty good.
Yeah. Considering how, we had to, at least I had to kind of go from scratch because I hadn't done my homework of sanding or getting my pages the right sizes or any of that. Okay.
Uh-huh.
All right. Now I need another piece of wax paper. Okay.
Oh, that slid. When you get too much glue at one time, your papers will slide around. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
They do.
And they don't listen to you when you tell them not to either.
No, they don't. They just do what they want to do, and they just keep on doing what they want to do. They're ornery. They just.
I tell you one thing that's probably a good thing, actually, that has come out of this paper goods shortage is that my whole family has learned they actually can blow their nose on something besides puffs with lotion.
Okay.
We can use toilet paper that is not Charmin. No, we don't use Charmin anyway. We use whatever the store brand is that's like it. But you can use some that's even cheaper.
Yeah.
And even when we got this one roll that we're finally about to use it up, but it like in the middle it had a rip. So every time you pull the sheets off, there's a rip right in the middle.
Oh no!
It's really strange. I've never seen that happen before, but we're using it because we're not going to waste it. I asked Aaron, can we just put it aside for an emergency roll? And he said, no, let's just get it out of here. Just go ahead and use it.
Just use it and be done with it. That's right.
Yeah.
Well, I am a little bit, what do you call that with paper? Because I buy paper based on what, on the fact that we have a septic tank, right?
Yeah.
And so I will tell you that if you have a septic tank, Scott single ply paper will dissolve. And my sister-in-law did a big, she tested all of the paper, okay? Because we use it for the RV too. She tested all the different kinds of papers. Scott single ply septic safe toilet paper, okay, is the best as far as what will disintegrate. It's kind of odd, but that's what it is. And so that's what I usually buy.
Yeah.
So we use cheap toilet paper because Scott's single ply, while it's Scott's, is still cheaper than 90% of the other papers, even the store brands,
Yeah.
because it's single ply. The other thing is we live in an old house. So, the giant rolls will not go on our paper towel holders.
Yes.
So the Scott's single ply is smaller. So that's, and that, of course, we personally have not run out of paper. Because when I buy it, that I buy it at Sam's in that gigantic container. So I had toilet paper. We have been fine, but I've had to buy toilet paper for Mom and Jeff's brother, and
yeah. Well, I bought some for Mom and I the day before it emptied the stores, Yeah. So, Cheryl says some of her pieces are upside down. Don't fret, Cheryl. You know what you can do if you really are worried about it? You can just slap another piece on top.
Yeah,
of the upside down piece. If it really bugs you.
If it bugs you, put another piece over the top of it. I like the little bear in the woods. Yeah. Mom uses that too, but she was down to her last roll before I came home from my trip, so she will use whatever I give her.
Yeah.
But yeah, being on a septic system, I use something that disintegrates well, because especially seeing how we have water issues sometimes. So
right, yeah.
I have to be really careful. We can guarantee when it's a rainy season that the neighbors up the street will be having their septic field pumped constantly. Luckily, we have not had to do that. Ours has been fine, but I'm also careful. Yeah, and Kathy, I need your address. You didn't send me your address. You need to email me your address, please. From Sunday. And Fran's making hers go every direction, and that's a good idea. That way, if they're every direction,
it's always right.
It's always right. Uh-huh. And not only that, then you don't have to worry about which direction up is on your pages.
That's right. You can just do them whatever.
And you notice this is torn back here. It won't matter because I'm going to be covering it up with enough paper to last 3 lifetimes. So
I love that some of my math papers have handwriting on them where somebody was working in the book.
In the book? Uh-huh.
Yeah. I'm going to mute for just a second.
Okay. I am not sure where this roll of washi tape came from. I believe somebody sent it to me somewhere along the line. It has a totally different texture than most of the washi tape I have, but I didn't realize how much I like it. It circles, and I wish I hadn't started using it because I think it belongs on pages. It circles and it's bright colors. So doesn't it look like me?
It does. It does.
So I may have to get out something different when I go to take the next batch together, because I just realized how much I really do like that particular tape. Her toilet paper nose blowing holder. Well, see, and I don't buy Kleenex either. I don't buy tissues. I don't buy puffs. I don't, because I'm old school. Here, I'll show you. I have one right here. And, now if I have a really bad cold and I'm going through 30 of those every 5 minutes, then I might use some tissues, but it very rarely happens because I have a drawer full of hankies. I have collected hankies my whole life. Let me see. This one is, hi Kim, this one is not really old. I would guess that Jeff's mother gave me this one because it's not as old as some of the ones I have. It's old. And I use them and then they fall apart because I've used them. But I have my grandmother's, I have my great grandmother's, I have some of Jeff's grandmother's.
That's cool. I have some, but I hadn't planned on using them for what they're supposed to be used for.
Yeah.
But I do have some.
It's kind of like my quilts that Dad made. They're on the bed.
Yeah.
Okay, that one, it feels like it's 2 pieces of paper. It's not.
Well, I'm not saving them because, like my grandma used to do for a rainy day, if she ever had to go to the hospital, she wanted to have for that,
Mm-hmm.
We gave her a brand new robe and pajamas and stuff like that. And when she passed away, it was still in the box in her closet because she was saving it for an emergency, something special.
Something special.
And she was lucky enough to be able to be home until she passed away. And well, she was in my mom's house at that point, not in her own place, but still, she was not she didn't have to go to the hospital or to a rest home or whatever, what she was afraid of, where she thought she might need them. But she never enjoyed them.
Yep.
Of course, she might have just enjoyed owning them and touching them like I do my yarn. So I shouldn't judge her for that.
Well, that's true. That's part of it. Joan, hi Joan. I didn't realize you were here. And Fran has finished one. Yay! Fran finished one. Free finished one. I figured out a long time ago that they were something that I really cared about. I wanted in my life. I wanted to have them, to love on. But I needed to have those things where it's just kind of like the dishes. If I don't use it, then I don't need it. I've made my mind up that is. I'm getting rid of all of the china that has gotten collected because Jeff's mother thought dishes were the lifeblood of the world, I think. And, it's like, okay, if I can't use it, I don't want it. So,
I had to get rid of some stuff just because I don't have cabinet space. Stuff that was Darren's grandmother's and my grandmother's, and I hated that. I gave some of it. Well, I put some of it in a box for Hannah.
Mm-hmm.
And then I gave, some of it to other people just because I didn't have room for it. It made me sad because I think our grandmothers both felt the same way.
Yeah. Well, now there's a set of dishes at Dad's house, at Jeff's dad's house, that I want. For some unknown reason, he's not willing to give them up yet. He never uses them, so I don't know why, but he's not. But they'll go in my kitchen cupboard, and I will use them every day. And when they get broke, they get broke, and I'm not gonna fret over it. That's the way it's gonna be. So, but that's how I roll with my dad's quilts. The white one, and it's white. It's got lilacs embroidered on it, and it's on my spare bed. It's not on our bed because it's too small. But Elmer's water and varnish.
Water-based varnish.
Oh.
At least that's what I was told works the best. The only thing I didn't like about that method was that you have to really, really stir it good, and then you have to shake it up really good every time you use it. So if you make a big bunch of it, it's almost more of a hassle than it's worth. That's my opinion.
And that would be kind of, I wouldn't want to fuss with it if it was something I had to really worry about every time I wanted to use it.
Yeah. It's not terrible. It's not like well, if you don't fill your container like more than halfway full, you can shake it really good and it's not that big of a deal. My problem was I really filled up my container. So it was as much a me issue as it was a um
product issue.
Yeah. But I didn't think it was that much better than just the Elmer's glue all in water, to be honest. For the extra work I had to do, I didn't think it was that much better.
And what I like about putting the Mod Podge in it is the flexibility that it gives my page. It seems to make the page just a little more, I don't know, supple. Thank you. That's a good word for it. Yeah, see, Kathy, if I can't worry about it breaking, if I have to worry about something get broke, then it doesn't need to be in my house. That's what I have decided. I'm fine with, not having those things. It doesn't bother me to not have those fancy things that, now I have some things, don't get me wrong, that they'll sit on shelves but there's not that many of them. There's a few.
I'm sorry, Denise was asking the ratio 3-to-1 or 2-to-1 glue to water. I would do more like 4-to-1.
Yeah.
I did 3-to-1 once and it was very watery and I had to put on extra layers. If I do less, I don't have to put on extra layers. That's my thought.
And Suzanne, I use the matte Mod Podge. And Janet, what color did you tell me that was? Is it orange?
It's
I think it's orange.
It's the yellow one.
It's the yellow one. That's the matte one.
Matte, yeah.
That's what I use. And like I said, I buy it in a gigantic container because that's, I can get the best deal for my coupon if I buy it in a giant container.
That makes perfect sense.
Okay, Sue's had a question. Did we get her question?
Which Mod Podge?
Oh, okay.
I'm assuming that we just answered that.
Okay. Sounds good. Yeah, Fran, Jeffrey told me he'd have to get rid of me if my mom moved in. That's the last time she was really sick and I was having her stay out here, I wanted to kill her, so and my sisters won't either one of them take her, so she's going to have to go to assisted living. There's no way. But my mom's not a real pleasant person. That's a terrible thing to say about your mother, but that's the truth. Oh gosh, the floor is so far down.
Okay, I'm getting there.
Jeff's mother, Terry, Jeff's mom had dolls too. Dad didn't ask me. They would have been Cynthia's. We lost Jeff's sister. I can't remember how long ago. She had a very, very, very strange thing happen. She was the healthiest of us all. Went out to dinner. with friends and got in her car and managed to hit 2 cars coming out of the parking lot because something was wrong. And it just so happened EMTs were in the restaurant having dinner. They came out. Otherwise, she probably wouldn't have made it to the hospital. The surgeon that tried to save her life spent 5 hours, but her aorta was so thin that it couldn't be repaired. The surgeon said it's hereditary and that if he had known it, 3 years prior to that, he might have been able to help her. But by the time this happened, it was really weird. Anyway, she was the only other girl in the family because Jeff's brother's not married. So when it came to the dolls, Dad didn't ask if I wanted them. He gave them to somebody else. I don't know. He just gave them away, which is fine because I really didn't want them. But Fran, I worry about that all the time too. I worry very much that I will become my mother.
My mom has a thing on her, on her wall, and it says, "Mirror, mirror on the wall, I have become my mother after all."
That's um okay, Suzanne, what I like. Okay, I am using matte medium today, and I don't like it. I really do not like matte medium. What I like is Mod Podge, that yellow matte Mod Podge that Lisa used. And I buy the big square tub of it at Joann's with a coupon. And Elmer's Glue All. And I mix them about half and half and then add maybe 2 tablespoons of water in this container. It depends. Because that big square thing sits, it sometimes gets a little thicker than other times. So I sometimes have to add just that touch of water, but not very much. You don't want this too runny. I'm not liking this matte medium, but I want to use it up. That's kind of my goal. Look, this is all I've got left.
Hey, you're doing better than me. I've done 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So I have 9 more to do.
Oh, I think I can. I think it's going to be harder to move these around than it makes it worse. I'm just going to do 2 at a time.
Oh, I have to look back and see what Janet's treasure is.
Oh, yeah.
When my grandmother was young, they were given a plate or a bowl every time they went to the movies. She collected a 12-piece place setting of George and Martha Washington, and I now have it. That is a treasure.
Mm-hmm.
My grandmother collected the depression glass out of I think it was like laundry soap that it came in.
Mm-hmm.
I can't remember for sure.
Mm-hmm.
But my mom has a bunch of that. One time when I was like just about 18, Mom called me at work. They were fixing to take a trip, my mom and dad, to go to Niagara Falls. So she called me and she said, "Lisa, we're making out our will, and you've said you want this, and Carl said he's want that, but Karen hasn't said anything, and I was wondering if it would be all right with you if I gave her grandma's depression glass." I was like, "You can give her anything you want. You can give her everything. I don't care. I don't want to think about it."
Yep.
I don't know what to think about it. Just you can give her everything. So I think
Yep.
that in Mom's will, Karen gets the depression glass, but it's still in Mom's cabinet right now because Karen's, they're moving all over the place all the time with her husband being in the army. So she didn't want to take it yet. Mom offered it to her one time earlier. Do you want to just go ahead and take it? She's like, no, Mom, I'll end up breaking it just trying to move it around. So.
Well, that's one reason why when we were looking at property and whatnot, we ended up with a house was not because of the small stuff like that, but because of the big furniture that we have that are family pieces. I mean, I have chef and robes and things like that have been in Jeff's family and my family. And I have my spinning wheel from 4 great-grandmothers ago, so.
Oh, you need to send me a picture of that. That's so cool.
Well, it's not put together. It's not put together because it's a walking wheel.
Oh, yes. Those take up a ton of space.
Yeah, the wheel is almost as tall as I am.
Yeah, they're like 5 feet.
Yeah.
5 feet tall. Yeah.
Now it will never spin because the wheel is not straight anymore or anything like that. It's got handmade nails in it.
That is so cool.
But I'll send you a picture of the wheel. I'll take pictures and show you the wheel. I have always been going to put the wheel on the wall, just the wheel portion of it.
Right.
But it just hasn't happened. You know how that goes.
Yeah.
One of these days it will happen, and I will get it up on the wall. It's what shall I say, out of round enough that spinning with it. Plus, there's a piece missing, and I can never remember words. Okay, it's the part that the yarn flows through.
The orifice.
Thank you, the orifice. I appreciate that word coming out, and because I can't remember, the orifice is actually missing. Now, that doesn't mean that I couldn't do something to create something, whatever, but it's never going to spin anyway, so it's not like it's a big deal to me.
Yeah.
It was missing when my aunt brought it to me.
Well, there's the flyer wheel. Well, walking wheels don't have that though. Maybe there are some that do. The ones I've seen just have a spindle, and they have pulleys, but they don't have an orifice and a flyer. But maybe there's some that do.
Well, okay, maybe that I don't know what's missing then because I don't know enough about that particular wheel. That might be very much the case.
But I think the big walking wheels just had a spindle that stuck out, and they had the pulleys that. At least the ones I've seen are like that.
Well, that very well could be, Lisa, because like I said, I don't know enough about the wheels. I mean, I have one. I know how to use mine. That doesn't mean that I am studied on them. And like I said, I can never remember the words, what the things are called. Yeah, Suzanne, that's what I do. I'm like Janet. I get my my big container of Mod Podge at Joann's with my coupon. It's that way I have a big container, and now I had been getting smaller containers of glue, and then Jeff found me the glue at Lowe's. I could not get it at Home Depot, but he found it at Lowe's. So I was pleased when he came home with it. Lisa got really quiet again.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm kind of tired.
That's okay. Oh, you all right, hon?
Yeah, I didn't sleep very well, and my shoulders are getting tired. Probably from all the stuff I did last night, and then um doing it again today. So that
Right.
all that gluing probably wasn't a good plan to do right in a row,
Well, honey, we
but
can
here I
stop
am.
anytime you want to stop, okay? Do not overdo it because it's just not, we so do not need to be having you overdone, especially that shoulder. It sounds like I was cooking her like a bird. It's not what I meant, but you know how that goes. Oops, did I get any under there? That one does not want to stay there. Stop. Yes, Fran, I would think so. Just don't go don't okay, let me think. Don't get a huge amount of stuff right on the edge. Go over your oval piece a little bit. Get some extra laid out on the table, because then you'll have some to tear off. Let me see if a piece of mine is dry enough to work with, and I'll kind of give you an idea of what has to happen next. I don't know if it's dry enough yet, because that's another thing. This stuff does not dry as fast as the Mod Podge does. I really like the Mod Podge better. Okay. You guys must be having so much fun watching us glue stuff. I mean, at least Lisa's gluing last night was more interesting because she was gluing with different stuff. This is the same stuff over and over and over again.
Over and over and over and over.
Yeah, do a lap book this way, Lisa. Oh, I thought I was never going to finish with all that mess. Ugh. But I love it. It came out so pretty. I'm absolutely, and my husband said, "Why?" It's pretty, Tanya, but why?
That is not what you're supposed to say.
Oh, well, yeah. Listen, I told you he was rearranging things, and he's going through boxes. And he comes in here with, let's see, what did he bring me? He brought me a box of Marshall's photo pencils, which they're designed specifically to color on black and white photos. Little tabby things that you put on pages. They're an old kind that are cardboard and glue. And something else. What was the other thing he brought me? He brought me a bunch of little things because he thought that, I needed them right now. I'm like, yeah, I know we have those things, but I don't need them right now. Okay, this is not really dry enough to do this, Fran, but what's going to happen is we're going to turn this over and we're going to tear off this extra stuff. Okay? I don't want to do it really right now because it's just too wet. So around your oval, you need enough. Oh, you can't even see. Sorry. See this little extra edge? We're going to tear it when it gets dry. And you're not going to do this until it gets dry because that's what's happening. It's tearing too easy. You're going to tear it roughly along the edge of that oval. So make sure you have a good lip out there so that it's easy to tear your oval. Okay, that's what I'm trying to tell you. I'm not gonna try to tear this right now because it's just not dry enough. But doesn't it look cool?
It does.
So I'm excited. I'm excited. I'm excited. Okay. It's the square necessity, the simple square necessity. Forget about your word and your stripe. Okay. I mean, cover the center, but make sure your edges go further out. Okay, got it. She's got it now. Yes, it would, Patricia. A lap book would be fabulous with family pictures in it. Okay, I have enough of these to do one more little section, so I'm going to do these. Notice I switched washi tape. I'm going to save that other washi tape for something where I actually am going to put it on a page. I got to start putting that washi tape stuff on pages. Yep.
Okay.
The other thing is don't tear when we get ready to do the other side. Do not tear your pages apart. This part, don't tear it. I'll show you how to do another side later. Don't be tearing them apart. You don't want to. You put all that energy into putting them together in the first place. You don't want to tear them apart just yet. You don't. Okay, let's see. I need another paper towel to squish my thing off on. Won't cover the center between the ovals in the photo. Oh, right here.
No.
I would do my ovals as individuals, wouldn't you, Lisa?
I won't cover the center between the ovals. Did she send a photo for us to look at? Is that, I'm not sure what.
Yeah, I'm not sure what she's saying. Yeah. Bye, Denise. Okay, yeah, don't be serving him on toast until you've walked him. We're not sure what you're talking about, Fran, exactly. So
sorry.
We may have missed something else that you said, but no, I meant I won't cover the center between the ovals and okay. This is what she just said. My chat didn't move, so I'm not sure.
Bye-bye, Denise. Have a great rest of your day. Oh, she posted in the group.
Okay, I'll look in the group. Hold on just a minute. I can do that real quick. Come on. Okay, let me see here. Oh, which group? Never mind, I found it. Yeah, Fran, I would not cover it in the center. I would just do those ovals exactly like your. I would just cover the edges of them. Guys, I'll show you the picture she's talking about, Lisa. See, she's put together.
Oh yeah, I agree.
Ovals.
Just go around. Just as long as you poke out over the edges, it'll be fine.
Yeah, stick out over the edges, but don't cover that centerpiece. I think that will work fine. That looks good. What are those ovals of? Let's see. What did you use? Is that pie? No, chicken. Chicken marsala. That looks good. That looks good. Okay, let's see here.
Okay. Another piece of wax paper.
Another piece of wax paper. Okay.
It's good. It means we're making progress.
Yeah.
What you need?
It
You need me to
does.
mute? Okay, I'll be back in just a sec.
Okay. Thank you, Janet, dear. I found it. Took me a bit to figure it out, but I found it. There we go. All right, let's see here. I don't know. These book pages do not seem as thick as things came out in our last books. So it might be this matte medium. So I may have to go over everything at extra time. If I do, it's going to make me grumpy, but that's beside the point. I've been grumpy before, and I'm sure I will be grumpy again.
But it might be different once you do the other side.
That's true. It might be. But it seemed like when I picked that other piece up, it's awful lightweight. It feels lightweight.
Yeah.
Chicken mutton curry. She's not allowed pie. Well, pie would be good, though, wouldn't it? Oh, dear. I'm sorry. I shouldn't be allowed pie. That much I know. I should not be allowed pie, but that doesn't mean I don't eat pie. Just means I shouldn't be allowed it. Okay. Let's see here. Let's piece of this all the way up the side. But I think it would be fun to make a whole book out of those. That would be fun.
I was just thinking the same thing. That would be a lot of fun.
Ooh.
I started to put some circles in mine, and then I thought, no, where would you you wouldn't be able to bind it very well.
Oh, I think so, because ovals would be better, but circles, you'd probably just end up with one hole in it. You know, so it's about being happy with just one hole in it. You might have to add a tab on it. That's something we might have to look at.
Yeah, or it could be a circle just with a tab on the edges, so you can put two holes in the tab.
Right.
Yeah.
But the oval, I think, will give her enough room to get a couple of.
Yeah, I think so too. I think it should work fine.
Mm-hmm.
Well, 6 more to go.
Yay! I think after these two, I have 4. So, but I'm going to have to
get them this side of all of them done today, and then
I think I'm going to have to tear up more pages before I can go on to the next the next 4. I'm not going to get. I'm not going to have had enough pages torn out to get through all of this. So,
well, I tore out a ton, so I'm probably going to have extra.
Well, remember, you got to do the back side, so you know.
I am. I think the one I'm not going to have enough of is probably going. No, I have a few more I didn't finish tearing. The shorthand book.
Oh. Mm-hmm. Brittany says, so we're only doing one side this week and we'll do the back side next week.
Yeah. I at least have to. I don't see it getting dry enough to do the backside.
Yeah, I don't know that my backside's going to get dry enough either.
We can just wait and see when we get all the fronts done what it looks like. But
yeah, we'll kind of figure it out as but it looks like we're going to have to do the backside next week. I kind of think that that's going to be the case.
Yeah.
Written there. Ooh, my hubby's out front. What's he doing now? Oh, he's getting the mail. I think that's what he's doing. The way he's wandering. We're supposed to get a bad storm, so he was trying to get a couple of things together and dealt with outside, but it's hot out there. So do I want to put that there? Do I want to put, I think maybe what I want to do is do this right there. And it's been wearing him out a lot lately. The heat, it's very humid and very hot, so he's been wearing out faster than his normal self. His normal self would last all day, but this heat self is just not. This heat is just not letting him last all day. Is what I'm trying to say. Duh, like I can say anything. Okay. Okay. And the other thing is it may be the reason they're so much lighter may just be this matte medium.
Yeah, that's possible.
And I'm also running out of enough room on the floor. I'm gonna have to get out another piece of paper. Oh. Can you guys hear me when I lean over like that? That is just very, very disgusting. It takes so much effort to just lean over and reach the floor. See, this is my paper, guys. I use it over and over and over again. And it has paper clips on the corner because it helps to keep the corners from curling up. But I've been using it for 1.5 years now, and it's starting to get enough stuff on it that every once in a while something will stick to it. So I'm going to have to break down and get out some new pieces. Hi, Mike. How are you?
Hi, Mike. It's good to have you here.
Mm-hmm.
We're gluing stuff down.
Back to toilet paper again, getting the backside down. Oh dear. Oh dear. Hi, Denise. Boy, that was a fast walk. You guys didn't walk very far. Okay, Suzanne. Oh, I also do not like how it gets on my fingers. I'm just going to complain all day about that stuff.
Okay.
It's just icky, icky, icky. I don't like it. Icky.
For those of you who haven't figured it out yet, she does not like this matte medium.
I'll tell you what. Well, thank you, Mike. Lisa, did you see what he just did?
I did not. Thank you, Mike. That's very sweet of you. Have a coffee on him, he says. Okay. Except I don't drink coffee.
You could have a tea.
Okay.
When you're
coffee, I'll have tea.
When you're allowed to go back out again, that's the.
Yeah.
Fran, what does Fran say? Oh, she couldn't resist about the backside. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's okay.
I'm trying to figure out. Oh,
We're
my brain
gluing
is.
stuff today, Mike, if you hadn't noticed.
Yeah, that's it. That's all we're doing. Just gluing stuff.
Oh, Terry, it'd probably cost you more to have it shipped than it's worth. And I've got to learn to use things too, but I don't like it because it makes things bleed. I'm getting the ink on my paper is coming up and making my brush get like gray. This normally would be very white and it's dirty. And that's from the ink in the paper. Mod Podge does not do that. So I don't know why the matte medium does it. But I've had trouble with that before. Let's see, I have enough of that one. I have enough of that one. I just don't have enough of this one. Oh, and I sure hope I'm going to have enough of that book to make it through because I do not have a lot of that book left. How did Lisa talk Tanya into gluing stuff? I like to glue stuff. I glue a lot of stuff. I'm very,
I don't talk Tanya into anything.
That's
I
true.
suggest, and she agrees or not.
Well, that's true too. Yes.
But usually she agrees.
That's right.
Or she has a better idea. That happens too. Sometimes she has a better idea.
Sometimes, but not always. That big giant piece of paper last night, though, looked like so much fun, Lisa.
It was a lot of fun.
I
had a lot of fun.
Problem I have is that I don't have enough room for a giant sheet of paper anymore. I have created this hole that's only as big as this craft mat, which is very distressing.
I just made the paper the size of my little card table here, except for the part where my computer goes.
Well, see, and my computer is like, you can't see the end of my finger, but my computer overlaps my finger back there. So it's close. But I guess I could get out a piece of paper that's just as big as my space and start on that.
That's kind of what I did. I was going by the, this is the amount of space I have to work in. And it was, that craft paper that you can cut to whatever size you want.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Well,
anyway, it was a lot of fun.
I have packing paper underneath my craft mat, but I just found I was not happy working on paper because I make too big a mess. Is the giant paper fun online? Yes, Fran. It was her live stream last night.
Yeah. I'll show you the papers real quick, though, so you can see what it is we ended up with.
Yeah, because she ended up with some really cool papers. Yeah, Cheryl, gloves would probably work, but I probably would just drive me crazy to have gloves on. So I complain a lot. I'm good at complaining.
Oh, I just realized something. I had laid my papers on top of those.
Okay.
So I could let things dry. Okay. This is the one I did. Well, let me make it big so you can at least see part of it. Okay. This is the one I did with fabric and lace. And the aliens don't like it.
No, the aliens do not.
But that's that one. And then this is the one I did with my scraps of wallpaper and painting paper and maps. And so these are just going to be backgrounds to something. I just don't know what yet. Tags and all kinds of different stuff, probably.
So do you think you're going to cut them before you go further?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. That way you know where to put your focal points and the likes of that.
Right.
Mm-hmm. I kind of figured maybe that was the case. I'd tell you to take a giant piece of cardboard and put it on top of your wash machine, and then maybe you could cut it straight because you'd be standing up when you cut it.
Yeah. That's a good idea.
Now, I have a giant one of those cutting mats, so I could do it on my rotary mat, giant quilter's mat kind of thing.
Right. Uh-huh.
That if I was going to cut something that big, I would put it out on the dining room table.
Yeah, I probably would too, except my dining room table is full of stuff.
It's full of stuff. Yeah, that's what happens with mine too.
Because we don't eat on it.
Mike says he's a guy. Give him a common little cold and he'll outcomplain anyone.
Do you have a common little cold, Mike? I hope not. I hope you're okay.
Yeah. Holly, is that the link to Lisa's live last night? Is that what that is? If so, oh yeah, Fran said thanks, so I'm guessing that's what it was. Thank you, Holly.
Thank you. Right. I appreciate it.
Okay, so these 2 pages that I've got left, I did not measure when I cut them. I just cut them. So my little lines are not going to line up. So I'm going to do them in 2 pieces, but I think I'll get them ready and work on them. Oh, no, I don't think I'll work on them together. I think I'll work on them separately because that way then I won't have an issue. We don't need an issue.
My mother thinks we are, Terry.
Yeah, I was going to say
that's what it's for.
we haven't, of course, in our house in South Dakota, we didn't have a dining room. We had a kitchen table. And here we don't have a kitchen table. We have, technically it's a dining room. It's just, off the end of the kitchen. But, about the only time that we eat on it is when we have company or we want to play dominoes. Then we might have it cleaned off, but the rest of the time it stays pretty much covered up with stuff because I can't seem to be neat. It's one of those things. I'm not one of those neat people. I'm one of those messy people. And poor Jeff married me, so he's just stuck with it.
Sorry, keep muting. We're having
visitors?
Well, no, Hannah's working on mowing the yard, and she was talking to her grandmother about it. Her grandma gives them a tip for mowing their yard.
Uh-huh.
And grandma said something about needing to have the guys to come and spray the weeds, and I said, well, you tell her that your dad already did that last weekend, and so she really probably doesn't need to have them come again.
No. Mm-mm.
So that was what the conversation was all about. So.
Oh, Lisa's big. You can't see me.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry.
That's all right. If I hadn't, if Brittany hadn't said something, Mike, you're on the tractor right now.
Hashtag free Tanya. Oh my gosh, I love it. Oh, you're a hoot. We love having you in here.
Yes, we do. Mike, you're on the tractor right now. You can watch videos on the tractor. That's not fair.
That's actually pretty cool.
Terry says when they have company, they throw it all on the bed. Yep.
Yeah. Well, when we have company, we usually eat at Mom's because it's usually the same company.
Yeah. Oh, there we go. Well, we often have company to play dominoes and the likes of that. So we kind of have to have the um, the table available.
I would
Right
love to
now,
do that. We used to do that. I used to do that with friends a long time ago. Those friends don't live here anymore.
well, we have there's our Canadian friends like to play too, but they had to go home quickly because they were afraid they weren't going to get home.
Oh yeah.
And so they left early. And of course, we haven't played for a while because we can't, of course, but that's not a normal thing. That's just because we're in the midst
Right
of
now.
staying home. So okay. Uh-oh, almost put that one on upside down. What we'll have to do is I'll have to have a contest and see if anybody can find the upside down parts in my lap book. That ought to be a fun thing to do. Huh?
Yeah, it probably would be fun.
Because I'm sure there are. I haven't found any yet, but that doesn't mean there aren't pieces that are totally upside down. Yeah.
Thank you, Joan.
Yes, thank you.
Hi, Carol. I'm glad you're here.
Yes. That's
Did I
Whispering
get your name
Cauldron.
right? Yeah, I think I'm right about that. I can't
Yeah,
find my.
because that's not on, she's not on my list. If that's Carol, she's not on my list. I'll have to.
Mike says I spent an hour on the phone with Pizza Hut last night because they sent me a pizza with no toppings at all. After the hour mark, my wife proved I opened it upside down. Okay, we're gonna have to put that.
Oh dear, that is too funny. Oh dear, that's hysterical. Mm-hmm.
My son has been taking advantage of the excuse to order delivery pizza. And I said, we can still go and pick it up. He goes, yeah, but those delivery drivers need a tip, Mom. I was like, okay. So
He's kind of right.
he is.
I have to agree with you.
But I hadn't thought of that, because we're used to, he usually only gets it on Saturdays when he works all day, and Darren will go pick up the pizza and then go pick him up and bring him home for lunch.
Yep.
And so, it has never been, we had never thought about it. But he's like, no, Mom, they need a tip. Besides, then I can get it, and I don't have to worry about, is this a good time for you and all that. I was like, okay, go ahead. You're going to run out of money soon because you're not working, but go ahead.
Carol is not on my list. I just had put her on my list because I won't remember. You know that.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, these are my last 3. Yay!
Yay! I got this one is finished. When this one's finished, I got 2 more little ones. So
all right, we're both gonna make it.
We're gonna make it. We're gonna get these accomplished today, which is, I really didn't think we would, because it takes so long to do this part.
Well, I had faith in us.
Okay, well, more faith than I had done. She just has faith. That's a good thing to have. Okay. All right. Where is one more little piece here? Yeah. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That's a little short. Well, it's a little tiny short. It's a little bit short. I'm just going to get a different piece.
Okay.
I don't want it to be too short. Just not worth it's not like I don't have enough book pages. Oh my goodness, I don't have enough book pages to do this project.
Oh.
Oh, you have to put Mike's thingy up now. Yes, we're covering all our pieces, Cheryl. That's the plan, to cover all the pizzas.
Okay. This one or a different
one? Yes, not that funny, but his wife thinks it's hilarious. Yep.
That's the way wives are.
Yeah, we're gonna tell on you. That's for sure. Okay. Well, we haven't ordered any takeout at all since you can't do them all tonight. That's okay, Fran. I will tell you.
You got a week.
Yeah, I would suggest you have the fronts covered by next week. That will be your homework. I won't probably get past the fronts, but that's, Jeffrey? Guys, I'll be right back. I'm going to see if he's out there. I'm, out of tea.
Okay.
Honey, would you make me tea? Here it is right here. Thank you. I thought I had heard him out there.
I started to say, when my husband retires, maybe I'll have a tea slave. And then I realized that won't happen because I'm out here in the studio and he'll be in the house. So,
well, and see, that's what you have intercoms for.
That would be good.
And you can text him on the phone and say, I need tea.
I need tea. Thing is, I leave my phone in the house because I don't want to have to listen to the notifications.
Yeah, mine's right here, but I don't get a ton of notifications. I've got most of them turned off because I sleep with my phone right beside me, so most of the things are turned off. So if it pings, I usually look at it because it's usually something I need to look at. Usually, not always. Usually. Thank you, sweetness. Lisa was waiting for Darren to retire so that she can have a tea slave too.
He's a young thing though, so it's going to be a while.
Is that the job after retirement?
That's the job after retirement. Mm-hmm. I'm going to tell you that he looked at me funny 3 or 4 times, so there must have been something else he was going to say. Yeah. But that I wouldn't want it heard on camera. That is what he was. I knew I could tell from his face that he had something he really wanted to say to me about that. So instead he said, "Is that the job after retirement?" Yeah, he's Lisa, Derek's younger, isn't he? Considerably younger than
he's 9 years younger. 9 years younger than me. So
and yeah, and you're
a bit younger than you.
And you're way younger than me, so
soon to be 57, so.
Well, I turned 62.
Oh.
Yeah. See? Yeah.
You're just younger than you are.
I'm just, yeah.
I've always felt like I was younger than I am too. Mostly because I got married so late and had my kids so late that all my kids, you know, when you meet people and you're doing things that have kids the same age as yours at Sunday school or whatever, then their parents were all quite a bit younger than me. So I just stay young because of my kids.
Because your kids are young. Well, okay, first off, I've had this hair since I was, 12. It started then. So, and my hair's white. It's not gray. It's definitely white. So, and I had Brandon late. We were in our 30s. So, Brandon was in kindergarten, and one of the little girls that he was friends with asked when Brandon's mommy was going to come work at school, because I always volunteered at school. I said, honey, I am Brandon's mommy. You can't be Brandon's mommy. You have grandma hair.
Well, sorry, kid.
Yep. So I have grandma hair. Well, I was happy to turn 62. I would like to be retired. I just, can't really do it just yet. That's what happens when you have to get a new motorhome, because the old one just had a little accident. Okay. This is so much fun. It really was fun doing the pages in my lap book. I really did enjoy putting these down. I don't know why it's so enjoyable, but it is. True Confessions. There we go. Yep. My problem with doing a big piece of paper is my papers that are in my paper box are not going to make me happy, because they're 500 million different colors. They don't have a nice color theme to them the way yours have.
Well, I kind of picked and chose.
Yeah, okay. Well,
I mean, typically my projects are in those colors, so
I noticed
that made it easy.
Christmas
but
ones.
Yeah, I did have a few Christmas ones in there, and I used them. But
you did. I didn't notice that you had. It was hard to see that you had used them.
Yeah. Well, I just I don't know that I used any of the Christmas papers, but I used some of the Christmas fabric.
Okay. Oh, you want to make sure you overlap your edges, because otherwise, if it slides, then you end up with a little spot.
Yes,
like little spots.
We don't like gaps.
Yes, don't like any little gaps.
Yeah, Mike, if you're worrying about that, you don't need kids. Now Tanya's got to read. I got to see what he said.
Yep.
Oh, there's upside down. Fix it, quick.
Yeah. Hi, Barbara. Well, but see, the point is to use the scrap papers that we have, and if I'm not using the scrap papers that I already have, then I'm not sure if I'm doing it right. See, there's the thing. I just.
Well, I think you wouldn't be in the. I mean, the spirit of it is to use up stuff you've got, but
right, that's it. The spirit of it is
to be done with anything.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. It could be done with anything, and it could be using everything up. So
And you'll be using up paint and
yeah,
you know,
if I did it with this stuff, I'd be using that up too, wouldn't I?
there you go. See, we're gonna find a way to make it work for you, Tanya.
Oh, you all are funny. Okay, let's see. I got one more little spot I have to have a piece of paper for, but it has to be wide enough to fit there. There we go.
Keep grabbing these upside down music papers, and I don't want them upside down.
Oh, Barbara says I'll be using up potential because, I have potential and I'll be using that up.
Okay,
Or
there you go.
using that to jolly play you. Which I have to when I get this done, I'm going to go to the kitchen. I want to show Lisa my latest tea dyed papers.
Ooh,
Oh yeah,
can't wait to see.
they're coming out pretty cool. Okay, let's come on. I got to get that one to come up. Let me clean up this mess. Oh, I know why nothing's getting dry in here.
Why?
My fans aren't on.
Ah, that makes a difference.
I turned them off the other day. They were making noise, and I was trying to do a video. So I turned them off. But that's why they're not getting dry.
Trying to figure out why my foot was slipping, and somehow a piece of slick fabric got under my foot. That's when you know things are too tight in your room.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to go wash my hands and get my tea dyed paper. I'll be right back.
All right. I've got to find a place to put this last bunch of pages. Whew. Good night, Terry. Thanks for coming. Okay. I think my rag is very gluey by now. But I'm learning to do without baby wipes, so I'm proud of myself. Because those kids with those 30-pound diapers need baby wipes.
Baby wipes. There you go.
Of course, at that point, I just throw them in a tub, boy.
Yeah, I was going to say, of course, back when my kid was little, I used cloth diapers and washcloth. So, I mean, I did have paper diapers and baby wipes for trips, but
Yeah.
for the most part, I use cloth diapers because. Do you make me big for just a minute
Sure.
so you can see the whole thing? Bye, Terry, if you're still here. Now, you have to understand that when Jeffrey takes a tea bag out, he has this lovely habit of they have to line up on this. They have to be square on the paper. So I have to walk by later and move them because Jeffrey lays everything out in grids.
It would just be too symmetrical.
That's too much for me. But okay, so and I like to squish them up, just kind of squish it like that. And these are just ones that I've made since I got back. And every day I just lay the tea bag out there until it gets kind of dry. There's tea on that one. Until it dries. And then I just, when the bag is kind of dry, I open it up and throw the tea leaves away. So it takes 2 or 3 days to make a piece of paper. I don't care because I'm just leaving the thing sit on the counter. But see, that's the raspberry tea. Isn't that gorgeous?
It is.
And this is a little bit of raspberry tea, where the raspberry tea bag sat.
Up in the corner over there.
Yep, up in this corner.
Yeah.
And I am leaving some white space on some of them because, see, like this one, I left more white space. The raspberry tea bags are, and see, I actually use 4 raspberry tea bags. They are in strips of 2, like that. And
because they're for a cup of hot tea, right?
Yes, they're for a cup of hot tea. And I use the gallon size black tea bags, and so they're like this big. And so they leave that splotch right there is from 1 tea bag where I just kind of squished it and it didn't touch everywhere. And that's what I really love, is where it doesn't touch everywhere.
Right.
And then, if I'm saying, I want my paper faster, I will wet the old tea bag down again, and it'll leave a little bit of stuff on there.
Yeah.
Which I just love.
When I did all those papers that I showed y'all last night,
Mm-hmm.
I did all those from one set of a gallon of tea for Darren and a gallon of tea for me.
Okay. See, so
I was moving them around and, redoing them. And that's why mine don't, I have a lot of white space, which is not normal for me. So I'm kind of enjoying that. Allows me to leave some,
Yes. And
when I coffee dye, I usually do the whole thing.
Oh yeah. And so do I. And this is from, like I said, several days. Like this is probably a tea bag where I moved it around a couple of times. It was the older tea bag, and that's the brand new one. And see, that's from the raspberry tea, and it didn't leave that green color. Now, that might be because this particular day that the tea sat outside, because I make sun tea. I put it in a gallon jar and just sets it out. He's got a cinder block out in the middle of the yard that he takes it out every morning and sets it on the cinder block. And if it was really hot, it could be that the tea stirred itself up enough that it pulled the color out. That's what I think might happen. I'm not sure, because see, then there's some that's color over there.
Yeah. Well, when I make my tea, I pour boiling water into a jar with the tea bags. So,
okay.
And mine always end up kind of blue, but it's, it's a different kind of tea too.
Right. It's a different kind of tea. Now, see, this is the backside, and I didn't do anything to the backside. This is just where it soaks through. So the backside comes out way lighter, but because I'm, more patient or whatever, that's what I get. So this is the front side. And that's my raspberry tea bags. And this is where I've moved it around or whatever. And that's the back side. And this is just paper that was underneath. They haven't come to the top sheet yet. That they will get moved up to the top as I take these off. So I just had to show you. You can go back to both of us now.
Okay. Well, I don't have anything to show. I just got my rag where I've been cleaning up.
Barbara, yes. Saturday, I put up a video on some really grungy coffee and tea dyeing, and I just use my used tea bags that come out of my tea jar every day. These are all from the used tea bags, and sometimes when that used tea bag gets dry, I will soak it up with water again and lay it back out, and I will get a lighter, but so laying out there right now are 2 giant tea bags and 6 or 8 of the little raspberry bags. And they're just laying on the paper. I don't bake paper. Lord have mercy. Can you imagine using my oven in this? It's already hot here. The air conditioner is already having to run. Okay, this is too wet to go on. But Lisa, do you think we should have everybody have both sides done or just one side?
Just one side.
Okay.
I think it'd be okay. Because if we do the second side, well, we
Next.
could I mean, they can do what they want, anytime.
Yeah.
But we could do. I mean, I've got a couple of pages that I probably could go ahead and do the other side of. But if we had a couple of hours that were at least covered on the back, so we could move on after we've done the backs of the other ones,
Mm-hmm.
then we could go ahead and start doing a different setup. But that
do you want?
If I tell them they have to do the backs, then I have to do the backs.
That's true. That's true. Do you want to keep working for a little while, or do you want to quit today?
I'm good either way.
So am I. And we could do, this one is probably dry enough that I could do it.
Yeah. Well, I could. This is my first one, and it's definitely dry to the touch. It's kind of soft, so it's probably not, dry all the way through, but it's dry enough I can turn it over without any problem.
Okay, well, and this one will be all right. It's only damp right there. So that way we could go on and kind of show them what the back is going to do.
All right.
Basically, I get rid of all of this extra because you don't want to have too much around them. And I'll tell you, this has a totally different texture with that matte medium. I do like the texture. I like the finished texture. It's more like using glue stick to glue your stuff down instead of wet glue.
Well, we definitely cover both sides, Therese. We're just trying to decide if we want to have both sides covered by next week so we can move on to the next deal, or if we want to do, work on covering them again next week. So
yeah. I think that I'm not going to get time to work on it in between, so maybe
I'm not either. So whatever I get done today, that's how much backside I'm going to get done.
There you go. That's what we're going to do, guys. And then we'll have to finish the back sides next time. So that'll be the plan. So
how close do you tear yours?
Well, I try to leave a tiny bit, but I also don't want it to be too far out.
Yeah.
This is tearing much easier than some things tear because of the matte medium instead of the Mod Podge, and that's what it is. The Mod Podge puts down a thicker layer, which is fine. This is going to be fine. Now that's not close. That's a 1/4 of an inch away, and I think that needs to be torn down some. And I try to tear it. I don't try to tear it perfect. That's, if it tears perfect.
Not perfect, but I like that look. And that's the part of the point of this book is having that.
On this one, it's kind of hard to see the black. See how rough it is?
Yeah.
So that's what I really liked about the edges.
Me too. That's why it's so neat to do them in groups like this so that you can.
You end up with the edges in the middle too. So, but then all you do is you just take this tape off of here. Now, Lisa said she left her tape last time. I'm going to take this tape off because it definitely is not one of those that's going to stay stuck down.
Well, I think mine would have because I tore up some of my,
Paper doing it? Okay.
yeah. But so I may not take off the rest of them, but I did take this one off.
T, were you able to get some then?
That's good. I haven't seen anything, even any kind of mask at all anywhere here. They certainly wouldn't be advertising them if they have them because they would get a run on people and a bunch of mad people.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, I got to remember which way these are going so I can make my other side go the same direction.
The right side up. That's okay, Fran. It doesn't need to, you've got till next Tuesday. Okay. But I just wanted you to see what you do. Just like Lisa said, make sure you pay attention to which is the right side up. So I'm just going to turn it over like that. And I did not tear this, so it's still in one piece. It just makes life easier.
And we want life to be as easy as we can get it right now.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, I
4 per customer. Hello, Nana. Lisa, do you know?
Hi, Nana. It's good to see you. And I do not know what Nana's real name is.
Okay.
Have you told us your real name, Nana?
If you have
somebody Nana,
but we forget to. So
yeah.
Please excuse us if we should know.
Okay.
Yeah, we're working on our Scrappy Crunchy book. If you're not familiar, we made these last year. We made Lisa and I both made one. We made it in a craft together, and it's patterned after a Lori Marie Jenkins book. Done a little different than hers in some respects. This one we used scraps out of our scrap bin to make. This one we're using book papers to make. We're just using all kinds of book paper.
And that one we did with pages that were all the same size and shape, and this time we're varying the pages some.
Right, the pages are going to be different sizes. Yeah, T. That probably would have been a very quick drive. I mean, you would have been doing it quickly. Jeff had some dust masks, the kind you use for, paint and the likes of that. So what I did yesterday was tie it inside of a bandana. So I had the cloth bandana around the dust mask. So it worked pretty well.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
It was better than just the dust mask, and it was better than just the cloth bandana. So it was a little hard to drive because my sunglasses kept fogging up. Which I read on Facebook this morning. Somebody suggested if you wash your glasses with shaving cream, and I have no idea if this works or not, but if you wash your glasses with shaving cream, then wipe them off real good, that it will help to keep your glasses from fogging up when you're wearing a mask. Don't know if it works, but it's worth giving it a try.
Yeah.
Oops, that slid. Now, once you get this back side on here, guys, it will take quite a bit for it to get dry, just so you know. Because it's damp on the front, it's damp in the middle, and it's got to dry all the way from the inside out. So just be prepared to leave them be for a while. They will take a while to dry out. Mike says it does work because his wife does it to the bathroom mirror, which would make sense in the bathroom. That's a really good. Okay, so when I have to take my mom out next time, because the reason I was wearing the mask while I was driving was because my mom was in the car, and I did not want her. I didn't want to breathe on her. I've been out often enough that I have to protect her from me.
Yeah. I have to do the same thing with my mom. I wear a mask when I take her stuff.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And I try not to stay in her house and that kind of
Right.
thing. But so that's why once I left mom at home, I could drive without that. I just had to have it when I went in the store and the likes of that. So.
Oh, on the inside of the windshield. That's a great idea, Janet.
Ooh.
We had a time period when our defroster didn't work. I wish I had known that then.
Yeah,
That would have been a really
well.
big help.
Fran, I suppose you could do that, but there's just no, actually, I just don't see any really great need to do it. Would you, Lisa? Gesso,
To do what?
Gessoing the inside instead of just leaving it. She's
If you
Fran's
don't want
asking.
to take any chances of something showing through, that's the only reason I can think of to gesso.
Well, but on this side, she's just saying that when I said it was going to take a while to let it get dry, I think that's what she's talking about. It's the fact that it takes longer to dry.
Well, I did those sides first, and it was fine.
And
I think it's the fact that you got a second side that makes it take longer to dry.
Right. It is, because then you've got 2 layers.
Put your bacon in the fridge if it's thawed out.
Okay, Nana's question. Did I get it? Did I answer it? It's Fran's question. I missed Nana's question. Oh, what are you using to glue it on with? Okay, that's a really good question, Nana. And Mike, yeah, gel shaving cream does not work for much of anything, so it has to be the foamy kind, guys. Nana, normally, and on this book, I used a mixture of Mod Podge and Elmer's Glue All. That's my favorite. Today, I am using matte medium because I have this matte medium, and while I don't really like it, I want to use it because I have it. So I'm using matte medium to glue this down with. Lisa is using a mixture she made of glue and varnish.
It's Elmer's Glue All, and it's like 3 parts or 4 parts Elmer's Glue All, 1 part water-based polyurethane, and a little bit of water.
Mm-hmm. And Nana, one of the reasons I don't like the matte medium is that it makes things bleed. I'm getting, even today with these book papers, I'm getting gray lifting up. And look at my water.
Yeah, and my glue is not doing that.
No, and my Mod Podge doesn't do that.
Yeah.
My Mod Podge gives me white water. I mean, yes, I get white water out of it, but it's white. I do not get this gray business, so I do not know what the deal is with it. And it makes other things bleed too. Security envelopes, that was when the first time I went to use it, is with my security envelopes, and security envelopes usually don't bleed. So I have no idea why this stuff makes things bleed, but it does. And it's gray. It's gray in my brush, but I have it. I'm going to use it. Terry offered to take it off my hands. Barbara likes it, but I also need to learn to figure out why it does it, and maybe it's something I do, but I don't think so. Oh, we don't want to put this right in the same place. That's one of the okay. The reason I mix Mod Podge with glue all is that Mod Podge, even the matte Mod Podge, is sticky. Okay, it's not sticky. It's slick, and then when you put two pages together, they stick together. Okay. And so if you use a ton of it on your pages, in your journals, and all that kind of thing, then you get your pages, and they when you pull them apart, they go, and they will pull apart, but they're stuck because they're shiny and they're stuck. Well, one of the girls found that if you mix the Elmer's Glue All with your Mod Podge, they don't do that. Don't ask me why. Don't know. Just
and
that
that's
they
the
don't.
exact reason I started not using Mod Podge at all and just use the Elmer's glue and water, was because I got tired of messing with it sticking.
It's sticky.
But that was before I knew you could mix, Mod Podge in with it. I didn't think about that. I just was. But anyway.
Well, and one of the reasons I like the Mod Podge mixed in with it is really because I find that it gives it that supple, that more supple kind of feel. I mean, I don't know. It just, the pages seem to bend easier. They tend to flex. It's a flexibility issue to me. Okay, I gotta have something right there. And I'm gonna have to have two pieces because
she wants to know how much glue to Mod Podge.
Okay, when I mix mine, I mix it about half glue, half Mod Podge, and I don't measure. I pour it in this bottle. I fill it up about half with Mod Podge, and then I fill the rest up almost not to the top with glue. And then I put like maybe 2 tablespoons of water. And then I shake it up really good.
If that's true or not.
I was going to say, I think Mike is just he is so silly. I'll bet you she's still talking to him. Mm-hmm. If she's
still stuck together.
Yeah, but the thing of it is that she probably he probably did it on purpose, see, so that he wouldn't have to listen to her, because he knew that if he did that, she wouldn't be able to talk to him. There we go. That's what he did. He did it on purpose. No, can't put that one in there. Can't put that one in there. Oh, I can put this one in there.
He said, that's definitely not true, Tanya. I wouldn't be here talking to you ladies if that happened. Well, I was thinking that, but I wasn't going to say it.
Oh, yeah. That's true. It's kind of like what I said to Jeffrey about being a, what did we call him earlier? A tea slave.
Tea slave.
A tea slave, yes.
Yeah, he evidently didn't respond nice. I mean, he wasn't happy with that idea.
Well, I think he had a thought. He really wanted to say it, is what it was, but he knew he better not. That was the thing. I know that was because I could tell by his little face, I could tell that was what was happening on his little face. Okay, I got a hole right there that's got to have something. What is it going to have? I think it will have a piece of this.
Janet, let me look. I'm sorry.
Oh, hi, Crystal. I'll show you in just a minute.
Hi, Crystal. I'm sorry. I didn't realize you were here. When you coffee dyed your material, did you heat set it with an iron? No, I did not. I threw it in the dryer. So I guess it got heat set, but it was in the dryer.
In the dryer. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Crystal, this is what we're making. They're a Scrappy Crunchy book. The original name was supposed to be Scrappy Book because you used your scraps out of your scrap bin to do this. Now, Lisa and I are doing it with book paper this time because both of us wanted to do another one. We both wanted to do it with book paper. I have, for some reason, Scrappy disappeared in my vocabulary, and so it ended up being the Crunchy Book because it makes this lovely little tappy noise. And part of it is because you put so many layers of Mod Podge and glue and paper down that it ends up thick. I mean, these are thick pages, and we start with cardboard from packaging. And Mary, before your question scrolls off, we're going to do the slip knot binding on these books. The reason being is that it works perfectly to keep a book laying flat when you've got single pages. These are not glued. They're not put in signatures. There's no folded edge. The pages are individual pieces. And that slip knot binding, it's simple. It works. Now the book will flex a little bit like that. It's fine. But it lays good. It stays together good. And it's just one of my favorite bindings for single sheets. Crystal does, okay. She says, okay, Sheila. So now this is 4 sheets, and I'm just going to set it aside and dry it. And next time I'll show you how we get them apart. Okay, but let's see here. Can we do another page? I don't think I'm going to be able to. I think that may be going to be too wet. Nah. No. That's awful damp. I think what I'm going to do is take more margins off of paper. That's what I'm going to do because I'm down to where I don't have enough book paper anyway. So, what you need to have done by next Tuesday is have at least all of your fronts what size is the book? Well, both of our books are different sizes this time, Crystal. The one I just showed you is roughly 5 by 5 because what I used was Lipton onion soup boxes for all of the pages. This book is going to be roughly 4 3/4 to 5 inches by 6.5 on mine. And Lisa, what did yours end up being? 5 by.
I don't remember.
5 by 8. It's smaller than 8, right?
Well, it's about 5 by 6.5, I think.
Yeah,
well,
5 by 6.
And then I took off 1/4 inch, so it's a little less than 5 by about 6.5.
Yeah. See, so they're going to be about the same size. And this time our pages are multiple sizes. When we finish today, this video will upload as a recorded video, so you can go back and watch the beginnings. There's a lot of gluing in the middle, I know that, but at least you can kind of see what's happening. Oh, that's damp. Lisa and I both wanted to do one that the book pages were just multiple sizes in one book. So our outside covers are that size, but the inside pages are going to be smaller. And Cheryl, I'm having to peel glue off of my fingers too. But if you make sure that all of your fronts are covered, we'll show you again how to do the backs. Right now I can't really turn any more of mine over because they're not dry. So I'm going to, I have to get more book pages. I'm down to these little pieces of this particular book, and I have none of one of my books. And so I'm going to work on taking the margins off. I took all the margins off of mine. So did Lisa. It was just a choice that we made, that we didn't want the margins on this particular project. I really liked this size, and then we collaged in them. After you get layers done, and then we made some windows in some of them. After you get the layers done, then you put the pages together. Crystal, I've been working on one of these in yeah, Cheryl, I had to get the glue off. It was sticky. I've been working on one of these in my live streams on Sunday that I did. I used security envelopes for the background, which I'm really liking.
Yeah, that one's turning out really cute. I don't think I've seen one that didn't turn out cute though.
Yeah, I
no
mean,
matter what anybody used. So
I was going to say, everything everybody has done that I have seen has been fantastic.
Okay, I'm going to have to run in the house and wash my hands and kind of wash out my rag because it's all gluey.
Okay.
Be right back.
Okay. And I'm just working to get more pages ready for the next time to do the back sides, because it's just easier if all your papers are ready when you go to gluing them down. So there again, today is full of a lot of boring stuff as far as watching glue dry, but that's what you got to do. I'm surprised that I have 20 pages in my book this time. The last one I did and the one I've been working on in my live stream are both 16 pages each. This one, it just ended up, that's what I decided I wanted, was 20. Part of it was to get a variety, but to get similar things. Oh, what a beautiful picture. I didn't realize that was in there. We'll wait for the moon here. That's a gorgeous picture. T, yeah, you know, I can, most of the time it doesn't bother me. Today it's whatever this is I don't like it on my fingers. But when we do jelly plate printing, I end up with paint all over my hands and my arms, and it's kind of like, oh well. I haven't decided what I'm going to, I have the covers from this book too, Crystal, and I'll show you. Well, I thought they were right here. They're just further down in the, huh, they're not right here. Well, now that is, I don't know about that. That's not going to be a pleasant thing if I can't find those. Oh, there they
That's
are.
not going to be
There.
the thing.
Well, I lost my. Oh, we were talking about the picture I found. I have the covers for that book, so I will probably, whenever I do something with these covers, I will probably use this picture in whatever it is.
Well, you kind of have to clean off the table, Cheryl, just to do the next page, because
Yeah.
otherwise it'll stick down.
Oh, but she's got to clean it off so she can have dinner.
Yeah. Yeah, I saw that. I just was thinking we probably have to do it anyway, but.
Mm-hmm. Thanks, guys. They were beautiful. I just I haven't made a total decision on what I'm going to do with the covers yet. So
You'll do something wonderful with it.
oh, I'm sure
It's
once.
great covers.
Yeah.
And I understand you're waiting until you decide what's right, because that was something that was precious to your mom. So it
Yeah,
different
and
than
that's
just a book, you know.
right. And I could make Mom. I was talking about possibly making Mom a Bible cover with it, but and she would probably enjoy that. But I also know that it's something that maybe I want to keep
Because of the memories. Yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
my mother said this is the only book she's ever read multiple times. It's one of her favorite books of all time, and she's been cleaning stuff out, and she put it aside and said, Tanya, can you use, I mean, this book it was literally falling apart. These pages, if I did not glue them down the way I've been gluing them down, they would not be usable. They're so brittle that they just wouldn't be usable in any way, shape, or form. You can't put them in a, let me just show you. If you fold this, it's already falling apart. It's just, I mean, there's no way to put them into a journal except for making sure they're covered with glue. Yes, Crystal, something like that might be pretty, but I also, I don't know how much I would use that either. So I'm just really having to decide. Fran, a lot of people like Fabri-Tac. I have never bought it or used it. I will tell you that my friend who owns the fabric store, sewing machine, Bernina dealership that I used to work at in Crestview, she loves it. She's fixed everything from tennis shoes to whatever with it. I know Lisa doesn't particularly like it, right, Lisa?
It just smells bad to me, and it's really strong, and so I think it glues things well, but I don't like the smell, and it's not fast like art glitter glue. And I've gotten so used to art glitter glue that if things slide around for a while, that upsets me. And Fabri-Tac seems to do that to me.
And if it smells real strong, that's a really good reason that you don't use it.
Yeah.
It's kind of like a lot of people do not like E6000, and E6000 has amazing possibilities when that's what those wires are glued in with, in those little fairies I sent you.
Yeah.
You asked me if you were asking in your video if I put the wires in their heads, and yes, I put the wires in their heads.
I thought you probably did.
It
didn't look like something that would, because of the way the base was.
Yeah.
It wouldn't have come that way, I didn't think. But Very cool. Can't wait to use them. I'm glad you thought to do that because that makes it extra fun.
I don't know how well their wires are going to stay in their heads. That's the big problem. And that's one reason why you have two. Because, you know, a couple of them, I broke their heads drilling the hole in.
Oh, yeah.
And then I couldn't drill the hole far enough. But I put E6000 in there, so they should stay in.
Yeah. I like the way E6000 works too. I don't like it for the same reason. I don't like the smell.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't use it very often, but there have been things where I thought, you know, nothing else is really going to work well. So
yeah.
But I'm real sensitive to chemical smells, and so that's one of the things that gives me migraines. So I'm very careful about them. But I know, you know, a lot of people, that's Fabri-Tac is their favorite glue, or E6000 is their favorite glue, and I'm assuming those people don't have to deal with that. So
well, and Nana says that Fabri-Tac is expensive for her, but it won't warp your papers. And I have found that this art glitter glue that Lisa loves and turned me on to is a lot the same. It doesn't seem to warp your paper real bad.
Yeah, I haven't had any trouble with it warping the paper. If you put the glue on there and you don't get the next layer on fast enough, though, sometimes you'll get those little ridges where the glue went because it starts to dry.
Yep.
But
and Fran says, "Phew! I thought I remembered the name of the good one. I just ordered some." And Janet just said that they're having trouble with Zoom, and I have heard that too, Janet. Lisa, are your fairies close where you can show T what I did?
yeah. If I can get
Joyce, no.
my papers.
Joyce is asking me a question about using a metal bobbin in a machine that says use to plastic. You have to use the bobbin that your machine is designed for. Even metal bobbins that look the same may not always be the same weight. Bernina bobbins are not the same as a class 15 bobbin, and they look exactly alike, but the Bernina bobbin is heavier, and therefore a metal bobbin is going to be heavier than a plastic bobbin, and you will not get proper tension, and you could really mess up your machine using the wrong bobbin. That's what I put the little wires in their heads.
Aren't they cute?
Yep. I thought they came out cute. Those are Dollar Tree wire fairies, guys.
They're very cute. I didn't see those at my Dollar Tree. So I'm glad you got them at yours.
The first ones I found I didn't like, but then I found some more, and those were. Barbara says that Zoom has already updated stuff to help with the security. Does that answer your question, Joyce dear? Don't do it. Nope, can't do it.
You don't have to use as much of the glitter glue as you do Fabri-Tac, or at least I don't.
I was going to say, you don't use very much glitter glue. That's one of the things I really like about it. Okay, I was going to do this. Yes, Joyce, I drilled them with the Dremel tool. And Patricia, I have no idea. Those I got those ages and ages ago. We're not going to start our fairy book until April. That's something you would put
May.
May. Sorry, thank you. We're not going to start our fairy book till May, and that is something that you would put as a dangle on the outside, anyways. So, you know, you have a little time to do that. Um, Thank you. I thought you went over the edge. Fran, E6000 is one of those things that buying the big tube is a waste. I buy E6000 at Walmart. You can get E6000 in itty bitty tubes, like about the size of half of this pen. There's usually
Kind of like, what do you call that stuff? Super glue comes in.
super glue, yes. And they're in little tiny packages. And there's usually like 4 in the package of these little tiny tubes. And that is how I buy my E6000, because 90% of the time, one tube will more than do a project, because guaranteed the next time I need my E6000, it is dried up. And I used to buy the big tubes, and about the only time I ever used that much glue out of a tube was fixing one of my kids' friend's shoes. He'd been walking around in these tennis shoes with the sole coming off of them for months, and I said, "Give me your shoes," and I fixed them for him. He must have worn them another 6 months. But okay, Joyce, I'm glad that it helped. I'm sorry that you can't, but and they make a plastic class 15 bobbin. They make the same size bobbin is called a class 15 bobbin, and then Bernina bobbins all look the same, but they don't fit. Also, 90% of the machines today are using plastic bobbins, and they're designed for that lightweight. It's because of the lightweight of the plastic. Going to be a prep video for the fairy book. There probably will be, Barb.
Don't know exactly how we will do that, but
no, because we're both probably going to do like an altered book kind of thing, right, Lisa?
yes.
And so it's probably going to take quite a while. It may be May and June to accomplish this book, dependent upon if we're still streaming every Tuesday, because right now we're going to stream every Tuesday. Just a minute and I'll be right back.
Uh-oh.
We of course have been collecting fairy stuff. Uh-oh.
I'm doing 20 and Tanya's doing 20. That's an arbitrary amount we just decided. It's not something you have to do. We did 16 last time, and that was a nice book. But since these are bigger pages, we thought it might be better to have more of them.
Lisa, would you make me big for a minute?
Yes.
Since the book, the pages, this book has 16 pages, and that's how thick it is. Just so you have an idea of what 16 or 20 pages is going to make it a little bigger. That's so, and it doesn't have to be a round number or anything. With the binding we're using, it could be an odd number pages, that kind of thing. So for 38 maybe quite a few, Fran. That's a lot, but I mean, you could probably get 30 in there, but
I'd do 2 books.
Yeah, that might be a good idea to do 2 books. You'd have a 20 and an 18-page book. That would be awesome. Okay, so both of us have one of these books. It's a law book. It's 6 3/4 by a little over 10. Okay, it does not have to be that book big. It does not have to be this thick. It does, you know, this is just what we both have that we're going to use to alter for our fairy books. Okay. Okay. Then we both have.
We're doing, I'm sorry, let me answer Brittany's question real quick. We're doing 20 pieces of cardboard.
Yeah, 20
Yeah,
pieces
sorry.
of cardboard.
That is kind of vague when you say 20 pages.
Yes.
We're doing 20 pieces of cardboard.
So that means that there will be 40 pages technically, but 2 of the pieces of cardboard are your covers, and I didn't put any decoration on the back. I just left it the way it is. Then Deborah Adams sent both of us some lovely images that are fairies that we have. So those fairy images we'll be using. I think these are these Janet's images. I think these images came from Janet. Is that right? Yes. These images came from Janet, and we've been collecting fairy things. Fairy images. She put some on tissue paper, so you know she gave the images we've been collecting are in different forms. What started all this is this book, and this is a Cicely Mary Barker book, and some of the girls have ordered one of her books. Lisa and I both have a book called The Complete Book of Flower Fairies. Our books are different. They were published at a different time, so even though they're the same author and actually have the same pictures in them, the pictures are just a touch different in whether or not they have a border, which ones are large. This is another thing that we got from Mindy, or I got from Mindy, sent me a postcard to put in my
she sent me one too. Thank you, Mindy.
Yes, this is from Mitzi. That's who Mindy is. I know for a fact that my book has the Poppy Fairy is big and Lisa's is small, because I noticed that right away.
Yeah, so, I did too, because we both like poppies.
So while our books have the same basic images in them, sometimes my image has so we won't be able to do exactly the same things. So it doesn't matter if the fairy images you have are different. I found this little fairy book at Dollar Tree, and I sent one to Lisa. It's a kid's board book. Okay, my Lisa box is across the room. Lisa, do you have your die cuts and stuff there, or is it?
Yeah, just a second. I've got to put a couple more things on here, and then I'll get them out and show you.
Okay.
So I can I won't accidentally put them in the glue.
That sounds good. So we've been sort of collecting fairy stuff. Yes, Crystal, we will probably cut out the images from this book and use them in this book, and we're probably going to do, we're going to take pages out of this book first, because we're going to be doing like an altered book. I can also tell you that these pages are thin. They're kind of on the order of dictionary paper. They're just lovely to touch. So we'll have to be gluing some pages together to when we alter the book. So basically, it will be an altered book with a fairy theme, if that makes any sense at all.
So if you don't want to do fairies, you can do butterflies or bumblebees or anything else you want to do
Right,
that you
right.
can find some images of.
Basically, it's going to be an altered themed book. Is really what it's going to be. That's kind of the thing. We just chose fairies because I happen to be in the library. We have our libraries all have a little room where they sell used books. And I had to go to the library for a meeting. Can't remember what it was for, but I got there early and the bookstore was still open. And I walked in and this was on the top shelf. And I'm going to tell you guys, I don't usually pay $5 for a used book that I'm going to cut up. But I thought $5 was a good price on this one. And it's in beautiful condition. My biggest concern is that like this one's not too bad because it's just these 3 flowers on the back side. But most of these pages, like that one, has another one on the back. And so I'm going to have to make decisions about which one. Thank you, Mindy. Mindy just said you're welcome for the postcards. We do appreciate all. And Janet, thank you. And Deborah, thank you. We really
Yes.
appreciate all of you sending us things. That this is going to be my biggest concern is which image to use. And one of the reasons that I decided I wanted to use this book is because a lot of my images are big. See, this image right here will just really fit in this book. T, if we photocopied it, technically that's a copyright violation. I know if you're just using it for yourself, you can get away with it, but we're also doing it in a video. So there's a real there's a real copyright issue when you start doing that. So both Lisa and I will probably cut up our books.
Definitely.
Yeah.
I mean, I definitely am for that very reason.
Yeah. I don't like to take a chance with copyright issues. That's okay, T. There's no
If you're not doing it on a video, you don't have the same kind of issue
Right.
as much.
Are you ready to show things or are you still
Yeah.
working? Okay, then
I got it.
Make me go. Take me away.
Take you away. Okay.
Take me away.
Okay. One of the books that I found that we're also using
Oh yes.
was this one, and it's a pop-up book. And I just cut it in half and sent Tanya half, and I kept half. But we've got all these fun things that we can put in the book. She has different pages than I do, but I just, like I said, I just gave her 3 pages of pop-ups and kept 3 pages of pop-ups. So we've got that. And then the other thing that I sent to her was this, it's the Flower Fairies coloring book. Both of these things you can find on Amazon and probably eBay too. But anyway, I happened to get this one at Dollar Tree. And so I just cut it in half and sent her the first half, and I kept the back half. And let's see what else we've got in here. I had another book, a fairy book called The Fairy Princes and the Invitation. And it's a book kind of like this. And I had already taken it apart. So I still have some pages left from that. And then I've got these that came out of a book that, so I've been, collecting some stuff too. And I've got some of the same things that were sent to Tanya. I'm trying to find the,
Yes, she got a packet from Deborah and from Janet and a postcard from Mindy as well.
Yeah. Here's my postcard from Mindy. Isn't that pretty? And I got, this is the, okay, that's not it. Here it is. Those were extras that Heather sent me because I bought these. So we got these cutouts that I bought from Heather Crafter at the Craft Shack, and she said she would try to have some up in her store where you could purchase them before May. I haven't gone to look, so I don't know if they're there yet or not, but she said she would try to have them up there before May in case somebody wanted to purchase some. Now I don't know what colors she'll be putting in and what the packets will look like. And I don't think they'll be as big as this one because that she wants to make them more affordable. So she'll make them, smaller packages. But this was colors of paper she already had. And so I just said, yeah, I like those colors. Let's do them. But so there's, the different colors of fairies. And then it's got these borders. And Tanya and I have an idea of something that we want to do with these. I'm going to leave that in there for right now, but this middle part comes out, and then you have all these little delicate pieces, and you can have a fairy. Let me find it here. You can have a fairy, right up there, or just right in the middle of it. Anyway, then there's so there's a bunch of different stuff in here, but you got pieces like this. So there's all kinds of possibilities with this kit that I got from Heather, and that's the die cuts that Tanya was talking about. She has the same die cuts. I think we have one project we're hoping to be able to figure out how to do, which prompted me to buy these. But we've got enough of them to do lots of things if we choose to.
And basically, that's a tunnel. It's like a tunnel book. Only we'll just do a section of it. And actually, Lisa, when you sent me the pop-ups, keep going while you're showing their things.
Okay.
I think my stuff is not too far away.
I have this little book that I found at the thrift store, and I'd actually forgotten I had it till I was digging through stuff the other day and found it. It's been taped back together, and not very well, but it's got some cute images in it of the little fairy. Anyway, I may or may not use some of this in there. I haven't decided yet, but I stuck it in with my stuff because it's about a little fairy, and her name's Poppy. And then that's pretty much what I've got, except for I've got this book that I was telling you about, the what did I call it? The Fairy Princes and the Invitation. This book. These are some of the pages out of that book in case you want to go look for it. It had a purple cover, but it's the same flower fairies. But it's got all kinds of, extra ephemera in it. I mean, that you could cut out and use. But I had used it for other things, and I had totally lost this. I forgot I even had it when I was fixing Tanya's book, so I didn't send her any of it. But then I found it the other day.
I just remembered a book I've got that probably, I don't know if I'll use it or not because it cracks me up. It's the Squished Fairy books book.
Oh yeah.
That my sister sent me.
I remember you showing that.
Yeah, supposedly the writer squashed the fairies in the book, and it is hysterical. And
like putting them in a scrapbook.
Yeah, she put them in a scrapbook. Yeah. She squashed them on the pages. So I'll find it and get it out so that we have it to look at when we get ready to do our book, because it's so funny. So, do you have I have my little metal fairy here too. Don't forget that.
Um,
I got it. If you, what's in there?
this is some stuff I got sent anonymously.
Ooh, how fun.
I know. There's
Oh, those are
their book markers.
bookmarks. Mhm.
And this is not fairies, but it's pastoral elves. But it was in the same thing. And then this is butterfly fairies. So I'll probably use that. And then there were a few fairy things in this that I bought at the Defy auction. So I'll just put the whole thing in here.
Mhm.
And I think this is, yeah, this is some more stuff from Mina. And there's the postcard was, oh no, this is something different. Let me see. Postcard was from Mindy. This is pages out of a little fairy book she sent me.
Oh, how
Mina
cute.
did.
Mhm.
So, and I just kept it in the envelope so I would try to remember who sent it to me.
Who sent it to you? Mhm.
At least up to the point I put it in the book. So,
yeah, guys, you do not have to do fairies. You do not have to do it in any way, shape, or form. What I would really call this book is an altered book with a theme. It's just that Lisa and I both had those books, and we decided fairy book was what we were going to do. We don't often do a themed book, and so this time we wanted to do a theme. Granted, we're doing the same book pages, so that's kind of a theme in that respect. The lab book was kind of a theme, but our decorating is usually different and not the same theme. You want to switch back over to me, and I'll show
Yeah.
off the and Crystal, yes, homemade fairy wings. And guys, I have sort of a plan. I have not told Lisa about it because I haven't had time to play with it yet. But I have a couple ideas on actually making some fairy wings. So we might have some fairy wings to make, which will be something a little more mixed media than paper. And yes, Crystal, you can take ladies and put wings on ladies from magazines. So, now this happens to be a yard ornament that Lisa got at her Dollar Tree. And Lisa, I did see some of these at one of the Dollar Trees a couple months ago after you told me you had gotten this. But they were all bent up. They were really badly damaged. So I was really glad.
They had like 20 of them, and only 3 of them were decent.
Yeah.
At my store. So I'm not surprised.
Yeah. Hi, Sue. I'm welcome. Now, Lisa was showing you the cutouts, and this is kind of what we're going to do. It's kind of the plan. Lisa, I don't know if you realized this was on here, but this, I don't think you can see. Okay, let's see if you can see. Yeah, nope, you can't. There's no way. The idea is that this expands out. See here?
Oh, no, I totally missed that.
There's a picture inside of it, and there's layers of pictures. And when we get to this part, I have done books like this before. It's been a while, but I've done them back when I did a lot of pop-ups. And so that is what we kind of thought that the die cuts would be really good for, is a book that like this. It's something that expands, and let me see if I can stand this up. And there's layers And each one of these layers has a little bit of a picture on it, so that when you look down through it, it looks like you're looking through a tunnel. And they're called tunnel books. So if you want to take a look at some of those online before we get busy on this other book, then that's the plan on that stuff. And I don't think it'll be that hard to do. It's a matter of planning out your layers and then creating a piece. So you can go back to both of us, dear. And we're going to start this in May. It's going to be an altered themed book, and we're going to do it in May. Big Gray Monsters. There you go. That will work for a book. And Fran, that would be cool. Grumpy Trolls. Ooh, I like that, T. Grumpy Trolls. I think trolls would be fun to do. That'd be absolutely fun. So
just come up with something and see what you can find in the next month to do a book with.
Start, and granted that you oh my goodness. I knew there was a lawnmower running, but I didn't know it was that neighbor. That lawn probably hasn't been mowed in a month. I know it's hard. You can't go to the Dollar Tree right now, that kind of thing. But just see what you can find and what might give you ideas. You could do one all on leaves or something like that. It's just, and I will probably use some napkins as backgrounds, and we're going to alter a book, so we'll be making pockets, we'll do be doing that kind of stuff. So you do want a book that is big enough to hold your images. And see, that's another thing. See, where did my book go?
Here, I'll put mine out.
Okay. Oh, and see, I haven't decided. She may actually go on the cover.
Yeah, that's where I'm planning to put her on mine, is on the cover. But if it's two-dimensional, too hard to do it, she may not get in the book at all. But it was just too cute to not get, so.
Right, and she doesn't have to have her springs on here.
That's right, yeah.
The springs can come off. Lisa already took the metal bar and cut it. And
I was afraid to do more because I was afraid I might ruin it if I tried to take the rest of it off. So that's up to you.
It's probably welded a little bit. So that may be something that doesn't want to come off. And I don't have any cutters right here. I may see if I can slide under there with some of my cheap wire cutters. But if I do, I'll let y'all know how it
works out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Fran, it will be one of those things that, first off, it's not going to happen until May. And secondly, okay, if all you do is alter it with magazine pictures, it's, going to be a themed book. So, if you can find a book that you can alter, cool. If you can't, I understand. We totally understand. And especially those of you coming in that flowers.
Didn't hear about this until now.
I didn't hear about this until now. It will be. We had sort of planned it for May because that's when I was coming back. Sonic welded, probably Holly. That's when I was supposed to be back from my trip. So that's kind of why we planned it for May.
I'll show you my girl. I didn't. She's not in the box, and so I didn't.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I haven't. I've got to collect some things together and get them.
I will
Get them.
probably have to. Well, no, I guess I could do it like this. I say I'll probably have to take her wings off in order to get her to fit on the book because they're so long.
Yeah, well, and not only that, you don't want her to be popping up that much.
No, because she would be literally, at more than half an inch off the
Yeah,
book.
even if you bend all of that, I think that cutting those pieces off the backs of the wings will be much more efficient.
Yeah, I'm trying to see here.
Ah, Fran, okay. Fran, why don't you? Oh, see, you got that off. That's gonna come off
Well,
pretty
they're
good.
still, about an
Along,
inch,
yeah. I'm
but
gonna see
I
my
can get
color.
that much off.
I want to see for my color. Fran, what if um you could probably make a journal and then do the things that we're gonna do to it, if that makes sense. Um, Lisa, what do you think? Do you think making a journal with heavier paper so she doesn't have to do all the gluing of pages together?
That's what I would do.
Yeah.
If you don't have to glue pages together, why do it?
Yeah. Like Fran, if you made a book, made a journal. Let me see which journal did we make that has sewn in signatures? Let me think about which one that. How about our mystery book? She could do it with one like our mystery book, couldn't she?
Yeah.
She won't have a book to alter because she doesn't have a book to alter. She's not like us. She hasn't acquired 500 million books.
That's probably, in some ways that's good, but then but then it's sad too. Where do you live, Fran?
She's overseas, I'm pretty sure.
Well, that's what I was afraid of. Say if she was in the States, I could send her a book media mail,
Yeah.
and it may not cost too much, but
I'm afraid overseas, I don't think you can send media mail overseas.
I've never tried.
Yeah. So Fran, if you this is just a simple journal that has 3 sewn in signatures. Now, granted, it's turned into something bigger, but these pages right here are like cardstock weight. And it's just made with cardboard. See, and then pages. Now, you wouldn't have to make all of the pages cardstock weight because the paper, some of the pages could be paper. If you would media mail, oh, Kathy, you don't know about media mail? If you are mailing a book and it must be just printed material, there is a special rate for media, for books, for pamphlets. I don't think she has Dollar Tree or Dollar General, Crystal. She's overseas. But yes, a Dollar Tree book would be perfect. Would be fine to alter. But anyways, Kathy, media mail is really cheap. Crystal, they don't even have composition books, if I understood Penny Humphreys correctly. I'm going to have to go pretty soon because my throat's starting to wear out.
Yeah, I need to go too.
Kathy, anyone can use it, but it can't even contain a letter.
Yeah,
Okay.
no, you can't put a birthday card in with your book or anything like that.
Yeah,
but if you're just sending books, it
can contain an invoice or a piece of paper with the address for the person on it, because but like if I'm going to pick up and send this book, okay, it doesn't even have a cover on it. Okay, this book is would be expensive to send. That piece of notebook paper that's in there, this could make it turn into not media mail, because that's got a handwritten note on here. And this is very interesting what's in here. Let me make sure that it doesn't have any swear words on it.
Okay.
Okay, this says, we are watching 2 movies. They should last 1.5 hours. If I fall out of my chair, prop me back up. Are you serious? This is our review. For what? The test Monday, but he said not to take notes. Okay, this is a music textbook from like a college music course. So apparently somebody was really bored. But that note right there could cost me not getting my media mail sent. But if you're sending just the book, you can. Kathy, they will open it. They are allowed to open it to make sure it's not media mail. Now, I've never had them do that, but I've always made sure that if I sent something media mail, it was media mail. But yeah, Fran, you could make a book. Fran says, don't try sending her a book because sending a book is going to be pricey. But
Yeah,
Fran,
I won't, but I wish I could.
yeah, if you've got cardstock, you might want to try putting a journal together with some cardstock pages in it, so that when we do something that that's going to need heavier pages, you've already got that accomplished. You won't have to glue them together. But if Crystal just had a good idea, newspaper. If you still get a printed newspaper, you could glue 2 pieces of newspaper together and make the pages heavier that way, and just put together a journal type book that. And if it were me, I personally would not even sew it in my cover until I got it all
done. Yeah.
That makes life so much easier. We're going to have to deconstruct our books some we're going to have to take some pages out of our book. Otherwise, it'll get too heavy. And if you don't sew your signatures in, then you will know how big your cover has to be, and you will know thicknesses, that kind of thing. Yes, gesso would also make the pages sturdier. So Lisa's already getting hers already. She's working ahead.
Well, I just thought I'm going to see if I can get it. It's not easy to get these. They did a good job welding this together.
Yeah, that's one of those things I may get Jeff to pinch off of there for me. Yep, there you go, Fran. So now you can play with us. So, oh, that's going to be so cute on the cover. So that is probably, and now I might put mine inside. I haven't made up my mind yet what we're going to, and Lisa and I do the same thing, and we never do it the same way. So some of it will look the same, and some of it won't. So that's the way it's going to be. So,
and we haven't really even discussed how we're going to do it. We just said we're going to, and started collecting stuff.
Yeah, we said we're
out on the book, and that's pretty much it.
Yeah, that's been kind of it. So, things kind of. I think we really intended to talk about this more when I was sitting in her, in her studio talking to her, and then we just can't do that. So,
one thing that I just now noticed that I hadn't really thought about when I was looking at this before, we're looking at the back of her.
Yes,
but the wings are behind.
Huh. That's interesting. Yes. Well,
I'm going to use it anyway, probably, but because I think it's pretty. But But I just looked at that. Okay, this is backwards.
Yeah. Yeah, she doesn't have a face.
No. If I was a real artist, I would paint her a face, but
Yeah. I don't think I want to. I think I'll just pretend she has a face. But look at her feet. Look at how her feet are turned.
well,
Yeah.
she actually is coming towards you, I guess. She just doesn't have a face.
Yeah, mine's coming. Yeah, she just doesn't have a face. Of course, you don't. She's so tiny that we wouldn't be able to see her face or features anyways.
There you go.
So, anyways, guys, I need to go. My voice is getting tired, and I'm getting tired. I'm sure Lisa's back is tired.
It is. I'm sitting here with my fist behind it.
Oh dear, she needs to go sit in her chair.
Oh.
She's running away into the book. Yes, but her she's running right into her wigs. Maybe we could put a garden gate in the background and have her entering the secret garden. Ooh, that might be fun.
That would be fun. Okay,
Lisa,
she says she sees a face, but it's very faint. Well, you can see an outline that might look like if she's got her head turned, but there's no face on it.
yeah,
It's just hair.
that's okay. We don't care.
No, I don't care.
We're going to pretend that Lisa didn't see that.
Ignorance is bliss, and we're going to pretend to be ignorant.
There you go. Oh dear. Okay, guys. Love you all. We'll see you
Sunday on Tanya's channel, if not
Sunday.
before at somebody else's.
Yeah, somebody else's. So be well, be safe.
Bye-bye.
Bye bye.